Our troops can translate that for you. Another way to put it is peace through strength, brought to you by the warrior ethos. And we are restoring both. As President Trump has said, and he's right, we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is true, full stop. Nobody can touch us. It's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term. But it's also true because of the leaders in this room and the incredible troops that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote. You feel it, I feel it. This is a moment of urgency, mounting urgency. Enemies gather, threats grow. There is no time for games. We must be prepared. If we're going to prevent and avoid war, we must prepare now. We are the strength part of peace through strength. And either we're ready to win or we are not. You see, this urgent moment, of course, requires more troops, more munitions, more drones, more Patriots, more submarines, more B-21 bombers. It requires more innovation, more AI in everything and ahead of the curve. More cyber effects, more counter-UAS, more space, more speed. America is the strongest, but we need to get stronger and quickly. The time is now, and the cause is urgent. The moment requires restoring and refocusing our defense industrial base, our shipbuilding industry, and onshoring all critical components. It requires, as President Trump has done, getting our allies and partners to step up and share the burden. America cannot do everything. The free world requires allies with real hard power, real military leadership, and real military capabilities. The War Department is tackling and prioritizing all of these things. And I'll be giving a speech next month that'll showcase the speed, innovation, and generational acquisition reforms we are undertaking urgently. Likewise, the nature of the threats we face in our hemisphere and in deterring China is another speech for another day, coming soon. This speech today, as I drink my coffee, this speech today is about people, and it's about culture. The topic today is about the nature of ourselves. Because no plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department. If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy. The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders. Good leaders, competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking, apolitical, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution. Eugene Sledge, in his World War II memoir, wrote, quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it. The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other." In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Our warfighters are entitled to be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be. Even then, in combat, even if you do everything right, you may still lose people because the enemy always gets a vote. We have a sacred duty to ensure that our warriors are led by the most capable and qualified combat leaders. This is one thing you and I can control. And we owe it to the force to deliver it. For too long, we have simply not done that. The military has been forced by foolish and reckless politicians to focus on the wrong things. In many ways, this speech is about fixing decades of decay. Some of it obvious, some of it hidden. Or as the chairman has put it, we are clearing out the debris, removing the distractions, clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we're ending the war on warriors. I heard someone wrote a book about that. For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons, based on their race, based on gender quotas, based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore. Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourselves, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution. You made a choice to serve when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America. But this does not mean, and this goes for all of us, that our path to this auditorium on this day was a straight line, or that the conditions of the formations we lead are where we want them to be. You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes, to just tell it like it is in plain English, to point out the obvious things right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot go another day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye, without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations. This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit. I've made it my mission to uproot the obvious distractions that made us less capable and less lethal. That said, the War Department requires the next step. Underneath the woke garbage is a deeper problem, and a more important problem that we are fixing and fixing fast. Common sense is back at the White House, so making the necessary changes is actually pretty straightforward. President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes is pretty simple. Would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years old, eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently wielding? If in any way the answer to that is no, or even yes, but, then we're doing something wrong. Because my son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation. He is no more important than your son. All precious souls made in the image and likeness of God. Every parent deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son to join. Think of it as the golden rule test. Jesus said, "Do unto others that which you would have done unto yourself." It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this: do unto your unit as you would have done unto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting? The answer is not just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate, and common sense application of standards. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape, or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men, or troops who are not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task, or under a leader who was the first, but not the best. Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high. If not, they're not standards. They're just suggestions. Suggestions that get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met, at every level we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense. And core to who we are and what we do, it should be in our DNA. Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%. It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year, every year of service. Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already, but we're codifying it. And we're not talking like hot yoga and stretching. Real hard PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join Special Forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. But unfortunately, we have had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards. Both are unacceptable. And that's why today, at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over. No more beardos. The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. I sincerely appreciate the proactive efforts the secretaries have already taken in some of those areas, service secretaries. And these directives are intended to simply accelerate those efforts. On the topic of standards, allow me a few words to talk about toxic leaders. Upholding and demanding high standards is not toxic. Enforcing high standards, not toxic leadership. Leading warfighters toward the goals of high, gender-neutral, and uncompromising standards in order to forge a cohesive, formidable, and lethal Department of War is not toxic. It is our duty, consistent with our constitutional oath. Real toxic leadership is endangering subordinates with low standards. Real toxic leadership is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies that are an anathema to the Constitution and the laws of nature and nature's God, as Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence. The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that. That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic. They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs. No more. Setting, achieving, and maintaining high standards is what you all do. And if that makes me toxic, then so be it. Second, today, at our direction, we're ensuring that every service, every unit, every schoolhouse, and every form of professional military education conduct an immediate review of their standards. Now, we've done this in many places already, but today it goes across the entire Department of War. Any place where tried and true physical standards were altered, especially since 2015 when combat arms standards were changed to ensure females could qualify, must be returned to their original standard. Other standards have been manipulated to hit racial quotas as well, which is just as unacceptable. This too must end. Merit only. The president talks about it all the time, merit-based. Here are two basic frameworks I urge you to pursue in this process. Standards I call, my staff's heard all about them, the 1990 test and the E6 test. The 1990s test is simple. What were the military standards in 1990? And if they have changed, tell me why. Was it a necessary change based on the evolving landscape of combat? Or was the change due to a softening, weakening, or gender-based pursuit of other priorities? 1990s seems to be as good a place to start as any. And the E6 test. Ask yourself, does what you're doing make the leadership, accountability, and lethality efforts of an E6, or frankly an O3, does it make it easier or more complicated? Does the change empower staff sergeants, petty officers, and tech sergeants to get back to basics? The answer should be a resounding yes. The E6 test, or O3 test, clarifies a lot, and it clarifies quickly. Because war does not care if you're a man or a woman. Neither does the enemy. Nor does the weight of your rucksack, the size of an artillery round, or the body weight of a casualty on the battlefield who must be carried. This, and I want to be very clear about this, this is not about preventing women from serving. We very much value the impact of female troops. Our female officers and NCOs are the absolute best in the world. But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that means no women qualify for some combat jobs, so be it. That is not the intent, but it could be the result, so be it. It will also mean that weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat. This is life or death. As we all know, this is you versus an enemy hell-bent on killing you. To be an effective, lethal fighting force, you must trust that the warrior alongside you in battle is capable, truly physically capable of doing what is necessary under fire. You know this is the only standard you would want for your kids and for your grandkids. Apply the War Department Golden Rule, the 1990 test, and the E6 test, and it's really hard to go wrong. Third, we are attacking and ending the walking on eggshells and zero-defect command culture. A risk-averse culture means officers execute not to lose instead of to win. A risk-averse culture means NCOs are not empowered to enforce standards. Commanders and NCOs don't take necessary risks or make tough adjustments for fear of rocking the boat or making mistakes. A blemish-free record is what peacetime leaders covet the most, which is the worst of all incentives. We, as senior leaders, need to end the poisonous culture of risk aversion and empower our NCOs at all levels to enforce standards. Truth be told, for the most part, we don't need new standards. We just need to reestablish a culture where enforcing standards is possible. And that's why today, at my direction, I'm issuing new policies that will overhaul the IG, EO, and MEO processes. I call it the No More Walking on Eggshells policy. We are liberating commanders and NCOs. We are liberating you. We are overhauling an inspector general process, the IG, that has been weaponized, putting complainers, ideologues, and poor performers in the driver's seat. We're doing the same with the equal opportunity and military equal opportunity policies, the EO and MEO at our department. No more frivolous complaints, no more anonymous complaints, no more repeat complainants, no more smearing reputations, no more endless waiting, no more legal limbo, no more sidetracking careers, no more walking on eggshells. Of course, being a racist has been illegal in our formation since 1948. The same goes for sexual harassment. Both are wrong and illegal. Those kinds of infractions will be ruthlessly enforced. But telling someone to shave or get a haircut or to get in shape or to fix their uniform or to show up on time or to work hard, that's exactly the kind of discrimination we want. We are not civilians. You are not civilians. You are set apart for a distinct purpose. So we, as a department, need to stop acting and thinking like civilians and get back to basics and put the power back in the hands of commanders and NCOs. Commanders and NCOs who make life and death decisions. Commanders and NCOs who enforce standards and ensure readiness. Commanders and NCOs who, in this War Department, have to look in the mirror and have to pass the Golden Rule test. My kids, your kids, America's sons and daughters. So I urge you all here today, and those watching, take this guidance and run with it. The core of this speech is the 10 directives we're announcing today. They were written for you, for Army leadership, for Navy leadership, for Marine Corps leadership, for Air Force leadership, Space Force leadership. These directives are designed to take the monkey off your back and put you, the leadership, back in the driver's seat. Move out with urgency because we have your back. I have your back. And the Commander-in-Chief has your back. And when we give you this guidance, we know mistakes will be made. It's the nature of leadership. But you should not pay for earnest mistakes for your entire career. And that's why today, at my direction, we're making changes to the retention of adverse information on personnel records that will allow leaders with forgivable, earnest, or minor infractions to not be encumbered by those infractions in perpetuity. People make honest mistakes, and our mistakes should not define an entire career. Otherwise, we only try not to make mistakes, and that's not the business we're in. We need risk takers and aggressive leaders, and a culture that supports you. Fourth, at the War Department, promotions across the Joint Force will be based on one thing: merit. Colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based. The entire promotion process, including evaluations of warfighting capabilities, is being thoroughly re-examined. We've already done a lot in this area, but more changes are coming soon. We'll promote top-performing officers and NCOs faster and get rid of poor performers more quickly. Evaluations, education, and field exercises will become real evaluations, not box checks, for every one of us at every level. These same reforms happened before World War II as well. General George Marshall and Secretary of War Henry Stimson did the same thing. And we won a world war because of it. As it happens, when he started the job, Chairman Kane gave me a frame and a photo to hang in my office. A matching frame and photo hangs in his. It's a photo of Marshall and Stimson preparing for World War II. Those two leaders famously kept the door open between their offices for the entirety of the war. They worked together, civilian and uniform, every single day. Chairman Kane and I do the same. There is no daylight between us. Our doors are always open. Our job together is to ensure our military is led by the very best, ready to answer the nation's call. Fifth, as you have seen, and the media has obsessed over, I have fired a number of senior officers since taking over. The previous chairman, other members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other commanders. The rationale for me has been straightforward. It's nearly impossible to change a culture with the same people who helped create or even benefited from that culture, even if that culture was created by a previous president and previous secretary. My approach has been simple. When in doubt, assess the situation, follow your gut, and if it's the best for the military, make a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president every single day. But in many ways, it's not their fault. It's not your fault. As foolish and reckless as the woke department was, those officers were following elected political leadership. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI+ statements. They were told females and males are the same thing, or that males who think they're females is totally normal. They were told that we need a green fleet and electric tanks. They were told to kick out Americans who refuse an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policies set by foolish and reckless political leaders. Our job, my job, has been to determine which leaders simply did what they must to answer the prerogatives of civilian leadership, and which leaders are truly invested in the woke department, and therefore incapable of embracing the War Department and executing new lawful orders. That's it. It's that simple. So for the past 8 months, we've gotten a good look under the hood of our officer corps. We've done our best to thoroughly assess the human terrain. We've had to make trade-offs and some difficult decisions. It's more of an art than a science. We have been and will continue to be judicious, but also expeditious. The new compass heading is clear. Out with the Shirellis, the Mackenzies, and the Millies, and in with the Stockdales, the Schwarzkopfs, and the Pattons. More leadership changes will be made, of that I'm certain. Not because we want to, but because we must. Once again, this is life and death. The sooner we have the right people, the sooner we can advance the right policies. Personnel is policy. But I look out at this group, and I see great Americans. Leaders who have given decades to our great republic, at great sacrifice to yourselves and to your families. But if the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign. We would thank you for your service. But I suspect, I know, the overwhelming majority of you feel the opposite. These words make your hearts full. You love the War Department because you love what you do, the profession of arms. You are hereby liberated to be an apolitical, hard-charging, no-nonsense, constitutional leader that you joined the military to be. We need you locked in on the M. Not the D, the E, or the I, not the DEI or the DIE of dime. By that I mean the M, military, of the instruments of national power. We have entire departments across the government dedicated to diplomatic, informational, and economic lines of effort. We do the M. Nobody else does. And our GOFOs need to master it in every domain and every scenario. No more distractions, no more political ideologies, no more debris. Now, of course, we're going to disagree at times. We would not be Americans if we didn't. Being a leader in a large organization like ours means having frank conversations and differences of opinion. You will win some arguments, and you will lose some arguments. But when civilian leaders issue lawful orders, we execute. We are professionals in the profession of arms. Our entire constitutional system is predicated upon this understanding. Now, it seems like a small thing, but it's not. This includes as well the behavior of our troops online. To that end, I want to thank and recognize the services for their new proactive social media policies. Use them. Anonymous, online, or keyboard complaining is not worthy of a warrior. It's cowardice masquerading as conscience. Anonymous, unit-level social media pages that trash commanders, demoralize troops, and undermine unit cohesion must not be tolerated. Again, O3s, E6s. Sixth, we must train and we must maintain. Any moment that we are not training on our mission or maintaining our equipment is a moment we are less prepared for preventing or winning the next war. That is why today, at my direction, we are drastically reducing the ridiculous amount of mandatory training that individuals and units must execute. We've already ended the most egregious. Now we're giving you back real time. Less PowerPoint briefings and fewer online courses, more time in the motor pool, and more time on the range. Our job is to make sure you have the money, equipment, weapons, and parts to train and maintain, and then you take it from there. You all know this because it's common sense. The tougher and the higher the standards in our units, the higher the retention rates in those units. Warriors want to be challenged. Troops want to be tested. When you don't train and you don't maintain, you demoralize. And that's when our best people decide to take their talents to the civilian world. The leaders who created the woke department have already driven out too many hard chargers. We reverse that trend right now. There is no world in which high-intensity war exists without pain, agony, and human tragedy. We are in a dangerous line of work. You are in a dangerous line of work. We may lose good people. But let no warrior cry out from the grave, if only I had been properly trained. We will not lose warfighters because we failed to train or equip them or resource them. Shame on us if we do. Train like your warriors' lives depend on it, because they do. To that point, basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined. We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits. ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear, and yes, they can put their hands on recruits. This does not mean they can be reckless or violate the law, but they can use tried and true methods to motivate new recruits, to make them the warriors they need to be. Back to basics at basic as well. Of course, and you know this, basic training is not where mission readiness should end. The nature of the evolving threat environment demands that everyone, in every job, must be ready to join the fight if needed. A core credo of the Marine Corps is every Marine a rifleman. It means that everyone, regardless of MOS, is proficient enough to engage an enemy threat at sea, in the air, or in a so-called rear area. We need to ensure that every member of our uniformed military maintains baseline proficiency in basic combat skills, especially because the next war, like the last, will likely not have a rear area. Finally, as President Trump rightly pointed out when he changed the department name, the United States has not won a major theater war since the name was changed to the Department of Defense in 1947. One conflict stands out in stark contrast: the Gulf War. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons, but it was a limited mission with overwhelming force and a clear end state. But why did we execute and win the Gulf War the way we did in 1991? There's two overwhelming reasons. One was President Ronald Reagan's military buildup gave an overwhelming advantage. And two, military and Pentagon leadership had previous formative battlefield experiences. The men who led this department during the Gulf War were mostly combat veterans of the Vietnam War. They said never again to mission creep or nebulous end states. The same holds true today. Our civilian and military leadership is chock full of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan who say never again to nation building and nebulous end states. This clear-eyed view, all the way in the White House, combined with President Trump's military buildup, postures us for future victories if, and we will, and when we embrace the War Department. And we must. We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherently reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep. War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win. We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters. That's all I ever wanted as a platoon leader. And it's all my E6 squad leaders ever wanted, back to that E6 rule. We let our leaders fight their formations, and then we have their back. It's very simple, yet incredibly powerful. A few months ago, I was at the White House when President Trump announced his Liberation Day for America's trade policy. It was a landmark day. Well, today is another Liberation Day. The liberation of America's warriors, in name, in deed, and in authorities. You kill people and break things for a living. You are not politically correct and don't necessarily belong always in polite society. We are not an army of one. We are a joint force of millions of selfless Americans. We are warriors. We are purpose-built, not for fair weather, blue skies, or calm seas. We were built to load up in the back of helicopters, 5 tons, or Zodiacs, in the dead of night, in fair weather or foul, to go to dangerous places, to find those who would do our nation harm, and deliver justice on behalf of the American people in close and brutal combat if necessary. You are different. We fight not because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. You see, the Ivy League faculty lounges will never understand us, and that's okay, because they could never do what you do. The media will mischaracterize us, and that's okay, because deep down they know the reason they can do what they do is you. In this profession, you feel comfortable inside the violence so that our citizens can live peacefully. Lethality is our calling card, and victory our only acceptable end state. In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service, I recited a commander's prayer. It's a simple yet meaningful prayer for wisdom for commanders and leaders. I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. But the prayer, it ends like this. And most of all, Lord, please keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them. And amen. I have prayed this prayer many times since I've had the privilege of being your secretary. And I will continue to pray this prayer for each of you as you command and lead our nation's finest. Go forth and do good things, hard things. President Trump has your back, and so do I. And you'll hear from him shortly. Move out and draw fire, because we are the War Department. Godspeed.
Room, attention.
So I'm not sure what time President Trump is coming out, if he's coming out right now, or if there's going to be a little bit of a delay. It seems like all the military guys are staying in place, so President Trump may be coming out right now. Is that Pete coming right back with him? Let's see who's coming to the microphone. All right, let's get back to the program. Oh, that's that guy that always checks Trump's mic. But in any event, yeah, they're checking the mic check for Trump. Anyway, good morning. I hope you enjoyed that speech. Whatever you want to do, you may want to stay away from all of the liberal news media right now, because if they're not being given CPR, they've just got defibrillated or something, because I have never, ever seen a speech like that in the military. It sounded like my dad could have given that speech. My dad could have walked out on stage, and it would have been a lot shorter than 45 minutes. It'd like, we ain't getting no more wussies. Y'all got to man the F up. Grab down there, make sure you got your nutsack, excuse my language, because that's how these guys would have been talking. You with the beard and the dress, get out. You who are fat and old and get out. PT, I saw somebody, ask in the chat, what is PT? PT, obviously, physical training. Back in the day, you remember seeing the movies and everything else. One of my favorite movies, The Dirty Dozen. And if you remember that movie, they got to climb the rope and they got to do different things and they got to run the obstacle courses. You had to be fit. You just couldn't show up and decide you want to be a soldier. And whew, man. everything that the left has been doing for the last, I don't know, 5-6 years just got diced and thrown into the trash. Just get lost. We're not going to have any more of this DEI stuff. No more soldiers wearing dog masks. No more people. And by the way, ladies, if you want to join, you're welcome, but you got to pass the test too, which is pretty much going to preclude lots of women. There are some very strong, buff women that can do it, but it's a physical test that you have to meet certain standards. You know, it's pretty funny. Last night, I go down to the Dolphins game, and we're watching the game, and we're watching people run and do everything that they do when they play football. It's funny how nobody ever worries about DEI in regards to the NFL or the NBA or hockey. No, you have to perform in order to be in the NFL. You have to perform in order to be in the NBA. But you don't have to perform to be in our military? How did they ever sell that BS? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Every single one of you, every Saturday and Sunday, when you turn on one of those games, you know every single one of those guys has had to train extremely hard. They're physically fit. Even the big linemen, yeah, we still had to be physically fit. We had to run a mile, and we had to get a certain time in that mile before they even handed you your shoulder pads. So you have to be fit. So don't let those big guys fool you and you think they're not fast or not fit. They're fit. Why is it that every sport that you see on television, except for the WNBA, because don't know what that crap is, you have to be physically fit enough to be on that field? And you go to camp, spring camp, and you go to summer camp, and other kids come in and other players come in, and they try to take your position because they want to be the next person on that squad. And you have to defend yourself and make sure you're better than everybody else. Why is merit not something we want in our military? It doesn't make any sense. Nobody ever questions the NBA and NFL and even college football. You're not going to have some wussy wimp getting on the team. It's just not going to happen. And of course, if there was something that somebody was performing not to standard, the players themselves take care of that. So why are we looking at a different perspective has been put on our military? Why? Because they just wanted to lower the standards, get people paid, pay them for nothing, let them do whatever they want to do, and they lowered the quality of our military. And now you've got a true alpha male walking in, and I'm sure there's quite a few people in that audience who are like, we didn't like it. They don't like it. There are probably some people there who liked the DEI stuff. They liked playing house and dressing up, if you understand what I'm saying. That was a fired up speech. If I was 40 years younger, I'd be going down to my local recruitment office and knocking on the door. Now, it was funny. I had an 8-minute montage of how the media, covered this event this morning. And what was very interesting, maybe I should play it because then we could have, now that you've heard the speech, it'll be very interesting to see how they portrayed this. Because there were a couple questions I have, and if you're in law enforcement or in military or even on a team somewhere, there's going to be a few things you're going to hear while they're talking that would probably make you go, what in the hell are they talking about? And so, while we're waiting for President Trump to come out, I believe he's going to come out next. Let me go ahead and play this because I found it interesting. You may not, especially after hearing the speech, but I definitely thought it was interesting. So take a listen to this. Where are we? This cut.
Alex.
Well, good morning to you. So these orders came down last week for those ranked 1 star and above to meet with Secretary Hegseth this week. Now, the original invitation, it did not cite a reason. So, of course, that fueled some speculation, mainly surrounding the pledge that Secretary Hegseth made to make cuts to the General Officer Corps. Then came the announcement that President Trump would be attending today. And he told NBC that this meeting is celebratory. He said, quote, It's just really a very nice meeting, talking about how well we're doing militarily, talking about being in great shape, talking about a lot of good, positive things. It's just a good message. We have some great people coming in, and it's just an esprit de corps. That's all it's about. We're talking about what we're doing, what they're doing, how we're doing. Just last week, President Trump signed an executive order directing law enforcement to counter domestic terrorism and organized political violence. That's on top of his Make America Safe Again vision that he's called in really the National Guard to help carry out. So he's been very intertwined with the individuals who he will be seeing today. Also, according to the Military Times, the Pentagon has a new strategy right now that's expected to focus on threats to the homeland.
Sorry, so this was one of my questions as I was watching this. And I was wondering, how is this a new strategy? My father having been in the military, my brother who went to West Point and was in the military, how is it new to be lethal as a military? That's the idea. You're supposed to be lethal. When did they decrease lethality? Deter aggression. Yeah, we want other countries know not to F with us. Don't F with us, then you won't have to find out. How did we get away from that? You always want to make sure the dog you have on the porch is bigger than the dogs running around in the yard. But this is new. Interesting. Confront adversaries and counter China. Well, you could just say counter whoever the bad guy is at that point, but you definitely want to confront adversaries. You don't want to react. You want to be proactive. Defend America's borders. That's new? We have gone so far out of the way here that these things that just seem basic, yeah, of course we're going to defend our borders. It's a new strategy. How the F is that new? And how are people looking at this? And this is Fox. And I'm thinking to myself, how is it new? No wonder we're in the position we're in.
That's by increasing lethality, deterring aggression, confronting adversaries with a focus on China. So the president here is expected to depart in about an hour. Quantico is about 35 minutes south. Not only is it home to the Marine Corps base there, it's also home to training facilities for law enforcement and intelligence agencies, guys.
So this is going to be unbelievable because a great opportunity for everyone to get together. Thanks, Alex, because with that come your aides. So you don't travel alone, right? So you got to get on a plane, you got to come, you got to get a hotel room. My hope is that they use this opportunity to talk to each other.
Okay, stop, Brian. You're being an idiot. You are being an idiot. That's another theme you're going to see over the three networks. Oh, man, all these people had to travel. They had to, like, uproot with their aides and go someplace. Knock, knock, knock. A month or so ago, we flew bombers across the country in the dead of night with other aircrafts that fueled them. They dropped big bombs, turned around, and came home. Do you think that our United States military is incapable of transporting people? Yeah, he's the first one that said it. You're going to see it 3 more times. Oh, I can't believe that they put all these people and expected them to go someplace like in a couple days. We bombed another country and flew back and forth and nobody knew. And we've got idiots on television wondering how we're transporting 800 people from different locations all around the globe. How are we doing that? You can't be that much of a logistical idiot to not think that the military, with all the capability and resources we have, couldn't transport people. That's some serious delusion.
Too, about what they need. And the new focus is going to be on what a lot of people have been calling for a long time, the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela.
I think it's great, not only for optics, for all of us to see our top military brass come together
Security
and support
nightmare,
right, but also to celebrate. But you have some people that are the naysayers, like Tammy Duckworth, the senator from Illinois, Democrat, and she's worried about how much this is going to cost. And she said, having all these people come to one area, why couldn't we do it virtually? But I think it sends a signal.
I'll tell you why. Number one, a Democrat worrying about cost is like an arsonist worrying about the flame being too hot. They're looking for $1 trillion for newcomer health care and to revive NPR, but this was way too much. We shouldn't bring these people together. Secondly, if I'm Pete Hegseth or if I'm President Trump, I want to look into the eyes of these people. I want them to know, basically, I'm coming for you. If you think things are going to be like they've been for the last few years, as Pete Hegseth said, hit the door. Resign. You, hey, old guy back there, get out. I don't want that by Zoom. I don't want that from somebody to log in on a computer and be not paying attention or maybe playing solitaire or dealing with some doc. No. I want your complete attention. I'm your boss. Yeah, there's some times when we each have had meetings with our bosses in various positions, and we did those things over Zoom or Microsoft Teams. But you knew it was a serious meeting when you need to come to the office. Or if they would hold a corporate town hall. Oh, this is different. This he means something this time. We all need to show up. These people are detached from reality, complete. And sometimes that does include Fox.
Reminds me of when Donald Trump went over to our military base in the Middle East. Remember when he went on the tour? And everyone was excited to see the commander-in-chief. This is a chance for Pete Hegseth, for their boss, to talk to them, congratulate them, thank them for their service. I think it's good for morale.
So I had the opportunity to go with the SecDef.
It's funny. As I just said that, and as you just heard Pete, what he said, SV just got a breaking news story. Says Trump said he may fire generals on the spot if he doesn't like what they have to say or if they seem too woke. That's why you bring them in. That's why you do. Who knows? If you've ever been terminated, if you've ever lost your job, one of the things that you know, because if you're a director or something, you know where the room is that they bring people to get fired. And if they say, hey, there's a meeting down in 101, you want to meet us down there? Well, while you're going down to 101, there's a whole crew of people going into your office and cleaning it out. So if I was going to fire a bunch of these generals, I wouldn't want them sitting in an office watching it at Zoom. Because who knows what they could do, even if they probably hinted at or had an idea that they might be on a chopping block. I want them off the base, out of the area they're in, so I can say, hey, thank you for your service, here's a check, and you don't have to go back over there. You don't work there anymore. So I kind of thought that might be coming to some of these people, that this was probably going to be like the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones, where some people here weren't going back. This is it. You're done. Nice trip. Here's your check. You can exit that door. Makes complete sense to me.
His first trip to a military base. And I got to see him interact when the cameras were rolling and then some of the stuff was off the record. Yeah. And one of the things I enjoyed was, okay, so he had the top brass that was in, and he would talk with them about more of the leadership proponents, and then he would ask them to leave the room, because he wanted to talk with the lower ranking folks so they could feel comfortable. I think this is great for the military. You need someone that's getting into the thick of it, and I think there was such a culture of just the brass running things, and you have Pete Hegseth, who's now the Secretary of War, that was rank and file. And I think that's important to reach both. You gotta reach the brass, but you gotta also reach the rank and file people.
Yeah, it's the generals, admirals, their senior enlisted leaders ranked 1 star and above, and they were ordered last week to go and meet with the Secretary of War at Quantico.
Yeah, it's just the approach. Also, you want to make sure people are on the same page. If people are resentful or reluctant with it, they like the other Secretary of Defense, Austin, who did nothing that I know of significance. He probably had a wonderful career. I just don't know what he accomplished as Secretary of Defense, except for disappearing for a while. They wanted someone, a fellow general, or they wanted somebody with a Rumsfeld that had done it before. Tough. This is the guy. And I think he's trying to say, I'm going to be here for 3.5 more years.
That's right.
Get used to it. So for those people on board, like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he's obviously all in. For anyone who's not, this is the time to stand up and show some courage. But my hope is everyone comes together. We start listening to what they're saying is happening on the field and give them the needs.
Well, they've had
and
some great operations, so something is going well right now.
And they do. The other message he has is, Mr. President called up the Secretary of War and said, I'm going to need some help in Oregon. So I think that is part of the message, too. We're going to be using it domestically.
It is the America First agenda.
All right, so that was Fox. Now is going to be MSNBC, and after MSNBC, you're going to see CNN. Notice what Brian Kilmeade just said. He actually called Pete Hegseth by his correct title. Watch how these guys portray it. They don't even want to say Department of War. It is a no-no in libnut circles to even say it that way. They keep referring to it as the Department of Defense. That's not by accident. They know exactly what they're saying. They know what kind of message they're sending to libtards. And it's the Department of War is too toxic masculinity type stuff.
In an hour or so, we're going to be hearing from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who is...
You see? Right off the bat, he's no longer the Secretary of Defense. He's the Secretary of War. Quit being wussies and actually say what his title is. But they won't say it. They can't say it.
Called this emergency meeting with some 800 generals, and I guess the president's going to speak there as well. Your thoughts on this meeting?
You know, it's somewhere between weird and terrifying. It's terrifying because, you know, putting our most senior military brass in one location, potentially unnecessarily, I suspect unnecessarily, is a massive security risk. All
right, so again, I've never been in the military. I've not been in law enforcement, but I'm pretty sure putting these people in a room together and where Quantico is, that it's probably very, very safe. These people didn't get on Delta and fly from Germany and just come in. That didn't happen. And I'm pretty sure the airspace is limited. And they're talking to stupid people. Oh, the security risk. Oh, if somebody's going to launch a bomb or a missile or something. It makes absolutely no sense. Here is a guy getting on stage talking about lethality and being proactively aggressive, and you're saying, oh, putting these people in a room together is, you know, security nightmare. Actually, contrary, idiot. It sends a huge signal. That huge signal is, we got this, and don't F around. It's completely different than the libtards are trying to paint it, you know, for the Secretary of Defense.
What? For what? My guess is that there's going to be some sort of pep talk. Well, for decades we have done this sort of thing over secure video conference, but instead, again, this crew, which is much more interested in imagery than actually doing things like improving the lot of the American people, are going to take a huge risk at great expense to the American taxpayer. You think it's cheap to move 400, 4 stars, 3 stars, and 2 stars around the globe? It's enormously expensive. But look, we're going to need to wait to...
Is it more expensive than giving newcomers free health care? You know, like $500 billion is what you guys are asking for? I bet you it's not even a fraction of that cost. But there's no pushback. And if you are in Congress and you see budgets, you shouldn't guess. Tell us, how much do you think it's costing? How much is it costing to bring these generals here to meet with the president, you know, their boss? You have to look at it the other way. How expensive is it for them not to come here and understand that there's a new sheriff in town? How expensive is it for some of them to continue doing their DEI, anti-Trump crap at these bases wherever they're stationed? How expensive is that? And like Barry, well, how do you know that's happening? Well, I'm going to show you how I know some of these guys are working contrary to Pete Hegseth and contrary to President Trump. That's what the Democrats are worried about. The Democrats are worried that they're going to root out and get rid of the DEI virus that's been going on throughout the military and the people who have been promulgating it.
See what was so urgent that we should spend millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money and then judge accordingly.
Happening this morning, and that unprecedented meeting of hundreds of top U.S. military generals and admirals, all of them summoned from around the world, now set to gather, now set for a gathering that will get underway next hour at Marine Corps Base Quantico in Virginia. Now, Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth and the President of the United States.
Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth. So she has gone with some extra gymnastics. He's not even the Secretary of Defense. He's not the Secretary of War. He's a Pentagon chief. Because they can't even mouth it. They can't even say Secretary of War.
Himself are expected to speak to the group with cameras in the room. The Washington Post is reporting, though, some of those very military leaders that will be sitting in there are voicing concern over the abrupt...
Bingo. That's why Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump want these people there. If this story is true, and you can see the headlines, military leaders voice concern over Hegseth's new Pentagon strategy. Well, that tells you, if that story is true, that some of the people sitting in that room are leaking to the media. CNN just put crosshairs on a bunch of people in that room. There's no way the Washington Post could even write this story if there weren't some of those people in that room leaking to them, hey, we're not all down with this, which makes it even more important that they should be doing it. Let me cut to Pete Hegseth because it looks like he's going to introduce President Trump. We'll be back to that point. Hold on, I got to click the button for the sound here. 1 second, and...
his compass is clear. He's easy to follow because you know he has our back. I was thinking backstage, the man who was the commander-in-chief when the War Department was created was George Washington. The man who was president when the War Department was reestablished is President Trump. And when he found out about this gathering of senior leaders, he said, I would be honored to come in order to address and thank the incredible Americans who defend our nation. He has a heart full of gratitude and love for what you do, and we get a chance to see it every day. And I'm honored that this morning you all firsthand get to see it as well. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump. Love for what you do, and we get a chance to see it every day. And I'm honored that this morning you all firsthand get to see it as well. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, Pete. Great job you're doing, too. Fantastic job. I've never walked into a room so silent before. This is very... Oh, don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future. But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, General Raisin Kane for a reason, they call him that. When I heard his name, I said, you're the guy I'm looking for. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and so many others in this room who together represent the greatest and most elite fighting force in the history of the world, the United States military. We're very proud of our military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. It's one of the greatest achievements. We had the greatest economy in history, and I built the military. Those are the two things I say more than anything else. And I also kept us safe at the borders. We had very good borders. We didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons and everything like took place over the last 4 years. They'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. There could be no higher honor than to serve as your commander-in-chief. It is a great honor. I look at you, you're just incredible people. Central casting, I might add. To each and every one of you, I thank you for your unwavering devotion to the armed forces and to the country that we've all sworn a sacred oath to defend. We all have that oath, every one of us. I'm thrilled to be here this morning to address the senior leadership of what is once again known around the world as the Department of War. I know Pete spoke about it. He gave a great speech, I thought. Great speech. I don't want him to get so good. I hate that. You know? No, I hate it. I almost fired him. I said, you can't, I don't want to go on after that. No, he gave a great speech, but he talked about Department of War. We were sitting there. I said, didn't it used to be called the Department of War? And he goes, yes, sir. They changed it like in the early 50s. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before that. We only won. And then we went, in a way, woke. That was probably the first sign of wokeness. And we changed it to defense instead of war. And I said, what do you think? How do you think if we changed it back? Would that be a nice idea? And Pete loved it immediately. Some people thought about it. You know, they gave it a little thought. But in the end, we did it. And I have to be honest, it's so popular. I thought it would be met with fury on the left. But they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was always the Gulf of America. I could never understand. We have 92% of the frontage, and for years, actually 350 years, they were there before us. It was called the Gulf of Mexico. I just had this idea. I'm looking at a map. I'm saying, we have most of the frontage. Why is it Gulf of Mexico? Why isn't it the Gulf of America? And I made the change, and it went smoothly. I mean, we had a couple of fake news outlets that refused to make the change. And then one of them, AP, took us to court, and we won. And the judge, who was a somewhat liberal judge, said, the name is the Gulf of America, because AP refused to call it the Gulf of America. They wrote, they're not a good outfit, by the way. They call it the Gulf of Mexico. I said, no, the Gulf of America is the name. And the judge actually said that, in fact, you can't even go into the room because what you're doing is not appropriate. The name is the Gulf of America. Google Maps changed the name. Everybody did, but AP wouldn't. And then we won in court. How about that? Isn't that so cool? The Secretary Hegseth beautifully described the name change reflects far more than the shift in branding. It's really a historic reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war. And you know, we want war because we want to have no wars, but you have to be there, and you know, sometimes you have to do it. I have settled so many wars since we're here. We're here almost 9 months, and I've settled 7, and yesterday we might have settled the biggest of them all, although I don't know. Pakistan, India was very big. Both nuclear powers, I settled that. But yesterday could be the settlement in the Middle East. That hasn't happened for 3,000 years. I said, how long have you been fighting? 3,000 years, sir. That's a long time. But we got it, I think, settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them. But it is what it is. But all of the Arab nations, Muslim nations have agreed. Israel has agreed. It's an amazing thing. It just came together. War is very strange, you know. You never know what's going to happen with war. The easiest one of them all is Putin. I said, number one, it's a war that would have never happened if I were president, if the election weren't rigged. If I were president, that war would have never happened, not even a little chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. But I knew Putin very well, and I thought that would be easy because I know him so well. Well, that one turned out to be the hardest of them all. We had some that were not settlable, and they all got settled. So if this works out, that we did yesterday with the Middle East, then that's more than a war. That's lots of wars. That's all combined. That's a lot of wars. Many of you were over there in many different capacities in many different countries. That's a big part of the earth But if that works out, it would be 8+. I got to give myself 2 or 3 for that one. And then we just have the one to settle, and we have to settle it up with President Putin and Zelensky. Got to get them together and get it done. But the only way we can do that is through strength. I mean, if we were weak, they wouldn't even take my phone call. But we have extreme strength. We had the horror show in Afghanistan, which is really the reason I think that Putin went in. He saw that horror show by Biden and his team of incompetent people. And that showed, I think it gave him a path in. I wasn't there any longer. I watched that, and it was so horrible. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And now we're back. And that's it. We're not going to have any of that crap happen, I can tell you. That was terrible, so terrible. Together we're reawakening the warrior spirit, and this is a spirit that won and built this nation. And from the cavalry that tamed the Great Plains to the ferocious, unyielding power of Patton Bradley and the great General Douglas MacArthur, these are all great men. In this effort, we're a team, and so my message to you is very simple. I am with you, I support you, and as president, I have your backs 100%. You'll never see me even waver a little bit. It's the way it is. And that includes our great police officers and firemen and all of these people that are doing so well. Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before. I rebuilt our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it, because the power of that is so incredible. I see things, I don't think they'd show it to you. I really wouldn't want them to show it to you. But when you see the result of what's left, you never want to use that. Never, never, ever. We were a little bit threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a submarine, nuclear submarine, the most lethal weapon ever made. Number one, you can't detect it. There's no way. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. Russia's actually second in submarines. China's third, but they're coming up. They're coming up. They're way lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up. And you don't have to be that good with nuclear. You could have 1/20th what you have now and still do the damage that would be, that'd be so horrendous. But I announced that, based on his mention of nuclear, and it was really a stupid person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear, I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are 2 N-words, and you can't use either of them. You can't use either of them. And frankly, if it does get to use, we have more than anybody else. We have better, we have newer, but it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But when somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. And it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing, it's undetectable, totally. Ours is, theirs isn't. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily. We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water. It's incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that and other things. As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching that spirit, unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new enlistments, I'm so proud of this, have surged to record highs, the highest we've ever had. And we used to have recruiting shortages. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, I was at the beginning stage of a campaign, And things came out that you couldn't get people to join the armed forces. And by the way, the police also. Fire department. I always put the fire department in because they're great. They're great. And I got 95% of their vote, too. That helps. When you get 95% of their vote, you always have to mention them. But they're great. And they're brave in our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big part of war. But the firemen go up on ladders, and you have people shooting at them while they're up on ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that. And I said, don't talk about it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are incredible. They're up on one of these ladders that goes way up to the sky, rescuing people, and you have animals shooting at them, shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. It's over. They don't even have to inspect you when you hit the ground. And you have people shooting bullets at them in some of these inner cities. We're not going to let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have. They are unbelievable. Like you, they're unbelievable people. For the first time on record in 2025, the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force all met or surpassed their recruiting goals 3 months early. That never happened before. And the Army did even better. Congratulations, Army. They met everything. And these were the highest standards because we're making it larger. So these were much higher standards than you had 4 years ago, 3 years ago, during the sleepy Joe Biden era. And the Army did it 4 months early. And you remember, a year and a half ago, they said the big stories that we're way behind with the Army, Air Force, the Navy, the Marines. We're way behind, Coast Guard. And even Space Force. I love Space Force because that was my creation. You know, when you create something, I love it. And the people we put in there were good. I got that right. We put in great people initially, and we've really dominated. We really dominate in that sphere now. We were way behind China and Russia, and now we dominate. Space Force turned out to be a very important thing. I said from the beginning, you know, when Biden came into office, he wanted to terminate it. He said, and this thing called Space Force, so we could get rid of that. And he got hammered by the people in this room for even suggesting it, because it's very important, one of the most important. And as time goes by, it'll get more and more important. But we're now at 106% of our recruiting targets for the year, and that's the best in far more than a generation. And for the Marines, morale is so strong that the Marine Corps will meet its 2026 retention targets before the end of October, which never happens. And that's the earliest it's ever happened in the history of our country. And it makes you feel good, you know. I felt guilty. I'd go make a speech in front of never people like you. You are the leaders. But people, soldiers. And I felt embarrassed because there'd be stories about, you know, we couldn't fill up our Army, Navy, Air Force. We couldn't fill them up. And it was headlines. It was during Biden's 4 years. The auto pen. I call him the auto pen. It's, how would you like to have your thing signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general and I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man's going to be a general, right? Yeah. I don't want to use this. I want to use the big, beautiful, firm paper. I want to use the real gold writing when you talk about the position, and they're beautiful. And but how would you like to have that where some kid sitting in the back office is having it signed with an auto pen? I thought about it, and I thought about you people first, admirals, generals. I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there, and you go through years of work, and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know, and that commission is beautifully displayed. And I sign it. Actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everyone loves my signature. But I signed it very proudly, and I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so disrespectful. To me, it's just totally disrespectful. And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by Otto Penn, except for when he gave his son, Hunter, pardon. He signed that one. And that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was the bad. The Otto Penn looks much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the decades and generations to come, for centuries. We must be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. You start two nuclear nations, big nuclear. And no, you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes, it was starting. There's a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it. It was a great thing. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan. And he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group, he said, this man saved millions of lives because he saved the war from going on. And that war was going to get very bad, very, very bad. President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. That was a bad war. And I was very honored. I loved the way he said it. Susie Wiles was there. She said that was the most beautiful thing. But we saved a lot of them. Saved a lot of them. Even in Africa, we saved the Congo with Rwanda. They've been fighting for 31 years, 10 million people dead. I got that one done. And very proud of it. So if this works out, we'll have 8. 8 in 8 months. That's pretty good. Nobody's ever done that. Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to a guy that wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump and what it took to solve the wars. And he'll get the Nobel Prize will go to a writer. No, but well, let's see what happens. But it's be a big insult to our country. I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to get it. It should get it because there's never been anything like it. Think of it. So if this happens, I think it will. I don't say that lightly because I know more about deals than anybody. This is what my whole life was based on. And they can change, and this can certainly change. But we have just about everybody. We have one signature that we need, and that signature will pay in hell if they don't sign. I hope they sign for their own good and we create something really great. But to have done 8 of them is just like such an honor. And then we have Putin and Zelensky. The easiest one of them all. I said, that one I'll get done. I thought that was going to be first. The other was much harder, some of them. Azerbaijan this was going on for 36 years. They said, it's not solvable, sir. Don't do it. I said, I will do it. I will do it. And I got on the phone with the 2 countries. They were great. They were great. I knew immediately. I knew as soon as I started talking to them, we're going to solve that war. We did. Now they're so happy. Now they're friends. One said he's been president for 32 years, 22 years. He said, for 22 years, I did nothing but kill his people. They were in the room together at the Oval Office. And they started off spread like this. I have the beautiful Resolute desk. And one was here, and one was here. You couldn't get further away. That's the furthest I've ever seen 2 people in front of me. And as the hour went by, they got closer, closer, closer. And at the end of the hour, we had it done. And they hugged and hugged and hugged. And I said, that's so nice, and you're going to remain friends. And I spoke to them, one of them the other day. He said, no, he's now my friend. But for 22 years, he's been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years. And the other guy, great guy too, 7. And you know that war, that was a war that was not solvable. He said, for 7 years. The other one said, for 22 years. All I did was kill his people. That's all I've done. I said, well, we're going to put a stop to that. So we solved that. So it's a great thing. It's a great feeling. You know, you're saving Kosovo and Serbia. You're saving so many lives doing this if you can do it. But our people deserve nothing less than the very best, and we're never going to let them down. And if we can solve wars instead of you having to fight wars, wouldn't that be wonderful, right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's why one of the first executive orders I signed upon taking office was to restore the principle of merit. That's the most important word, other than the word tariff. I love tariffs. Most beautiful word. But I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I said tariff is my favorite word. I love the word tariff. You know, we're becoming rich as hell. We have a big case in front of the Supreme Court, but I can't imagine, because this is what other nations have done to us. And we have, you know, great legal grounds, but you still have a case. It would be very bad if something happened. But I said, my favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was strange. And the fake news came over and they really hit me hard on it. They said, what about love? What about religion? What about God? What about wife, family? I got killed when I said tariff is my favorite word. So I changed it. It's now my fifth favorite word. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But they hit me hard. But it is. I mean, when you look at, we've taken in trillions of dollars. We're rich again. And there'll never be, when we finish this out, there'll never be any wealth like what we have. Other countries were taking advantage of us for years and years. You know that better than anybody. And now we're treating them fairly. But the money coming in is, we've never seen anything like it. The other day they had $31 billion that they found, $31 billion. So we found $31 billion and we're not sure from where it came. A gentleman came in, a financial guy. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, we don't know where it came. I said, check the tariff shelf. No, sir, the tariffs haven't started in that sector yet. I said, yes, they have. They started 7 weeks ago. Check it. Comes back 20 minutes later. Sir, you're right. It came from tariffs. $31 billion. That's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral, to use an old term. I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. You know, we have a Secretary of the Navy came to me, because I look at the Iowa out in California, and I look at different ships and the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time in black and white. And I look at those ships. They came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about, you know, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old technology when you look at those guns. But it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch sides, solid steel, not aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. It starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away. Now, those ships, they don't make them that way anymore. But you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. There were powers. There were big powers. They were just about as mean and scary as you could be. And so we're looking at that. One of the biggest cases that we won was the decision of the United States Supreme Court to allow us to proceed on the word merit. Merit. So those two words are right up there. So this is, I would say, the opposite if you ask for a definition. The opposite of political correctness. We went through political correct, where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons. I won't get into them. But for many reasons, they were unfit. Now, it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went in. We said we need it. We went in for colleges, you know, where kids with a C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A averages won't get in, and kids with the highest boards and the highest marks or the best marks couldn't get into the best schools, and people that had not good boards and not very good marks, I mean, okay, but nothing special, they were getting into our best colleges. I said, this is just crazy. You can't run a country like this. And it was lingering for years, and it got to the Supreme Court, and we won that decision. Merit, everything's based on merit. You're all based on merit. We're not going to have somebody taking your place for political reasons because they are politically correct, and you're not. We take the people that are going to do the best job. That's all. It's very simple. And that's the way our country was built. We were built on merit. We got away from it for a long time. And everyone understands it. And it was done. It was approved. I give great credit to the Supreme Court because I thought they had tremendous courage. I didn't think they'd do that. That was tremendous. I give them maybe for that decision almost more than anything because it's a hard decision to make. It's really hard. The apparatus of our country was not set up for merit. It was set up for political correctness. And you can never be great if you're going to do that. And we're going to be greater than we ever were before. We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character, and strength. And that's because the purposes of American military is not to protect anyone's feelings. It's to protect our republic. And it's the republic that we dearly love. It's to protect our country. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom, and we will be a fighting and winning machine. We want to fight, we want to win, and we want to fight as little as possible. You have to count on people like me to keep you out of wars because we don't want to go into wars. Many of the wars that I just told you about, we could have entered those wars and settled them in a different way, lose a lot of our troops. And we could have settled them, I guess, differently. Maybe not, actually. You might not have been able to settle them. We just would have been in the middle of a lot of firepower. But when we do need it, you're going to be so ready. And you know it. But very importantly, with that goal in mind, I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on our military in 2026, and that's the most in the history of our country. $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. I hope you like that. Ma'ams and sirs, I hope you like it. That's a hell of a lot of money. We have the best of everything. Every branch is seeing major investments. And as I announced in the Oval Office in March, we are rapidly moving forward with the first ever 6th generation fighter jet. I didn't name it. I did not name it. Boeing came in and they said, sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done. And, you know, they're testing all these planes. All the companies are testing, and this one tested like through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, all right, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay. You know what that means, 47. I'm 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, yeah, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including jails and mental institutes. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capabilities like never before. And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of a lack of ammunition, defensive ammunition, but they've got that taken care of. But I tell you, it's what we're doing is so good, and we deserve it. You know, we help other countries with it. We don't have it ourselves. And Canada called me a couple of weeks ago. They want to be part of it. To which I said, well, why don't you just join our country? You become 51, become the 51st state, and you get it for free. So I don't know if that made a big impact, but it does make a lot of sense. It actually makes, because they're having a hard time up there in Canada now, because as you know, with tariffs, everyone's coming into our country. We have more investment than we've ever had before, $17 trillion coming in. As an example, in 4 years, Biden didn't have $1 trillion. We have $17 trillion more than that in 8 months coming in. And they're coming in from Canada, Mexico, from Europe, from all over. AI, auto plants. Everybody's coming back to the United States. Under my budget, we will be expanding the U.S. Navy by at least 19 ships next year, including submarines, destroyers, assault ships, and more. And it's going to be much more than that as we go along, because we basically don't build ships anymore. We do build submarines, but we don't build ships. Do you know in the Second World War, they were freighters and different types, but we were doing a ship a day, and now we don't do ships. And I'm not a fan of some of the ships you do. I'm a very aesthetic person, and I don't like some of the ships you're doing aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I say, that's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth. By the way, the B-2 bombers were incredible. That is stealth. They went into that. I was with General Kane and Pete were we call it the war room, but we're watching them go in, and they were totally untouched. They were not seen. They were literally not seen. They dropped their bombs. They hit every single one of them, hit its target. It was total obliteration. CNN, when we came back, fake news CNN, oh, their camera just went off. You know, their camera, every time I mention, they turn the camera off because it's never good. They say, this is a problem. But I don't blame them. You're better off keeping it off. But they have some scammer reporter who started saying, without any knowledge, that he may not have hit the targets as well as they thought. It may not have been obliteration. He did hit the targets, and they got to give us a little credit, right? It was obliteration, it turned out. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was obliteration. They had, not only did they hit the target, they had these chutes. And think of this here. Way up in the sky, there was no moon. It was dead dark. You couldn't see a thing. You couldn't see them. But they had, I guess, a beam going right into these chutes. Every single one of those bombs went right down those chutes into a granite mountain. I think it's the last time they're going to build air chutes. They had these air chutes that were nice, beautiful. They were meant for us. But it was total obliteration. And now they give us credit for that. But these people were phenomenal. I tell you, for the Air Force people here, you can be very proud. That B-2, we just ordered a lot of new ones and updated ones, but I'd take the other ones. Let me tell you, they couldn't have worked any better. So they flew for 37 hours total, back and forth, no stops, no nothing. We had 52 tankers loading them up, and that's a job I wouldn't necessarily want too much, flying a tanker, loaded up with hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel. I don't know if I'd do that job, General. I asked the question, what happens if it gets hit? Sir, you don't want to know about that, right? I don't want to know about that. But those guys, they just hear us. They're incredible. I had them all to the Oval Office. We had the B-2 pilots and a lot of the people, even the people that took care of them, the maintenance people, just as important. We had them all to the White House, gave them a big party on the lawn, brought some of them into the Oval Office. But on top of all this, we'll deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, Space Guardman, and Marine, something you weren't getting from the past administration. They did not treat you with respect. They're Democrats. They never do. Not only are we rebuilding our great strength, but for the first time in years, my administration is actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of America. And very simply, we are putting America first. And I have since I've been elected. I've always put America first. It's sort of simple, you know, when you think. My campaign was run on common sense, and we did great. We got the highest numbers ever received in terms of districts. You know, they have it broken up, 2,500 versus 525. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. We won everything. You have to take a look at the map. It's almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military. the vote that I got from the military. And they're vicious people, you know, that we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are a different kind of vicious. But they spread all these horrible, you know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard. You know, they make up a statement and they said, you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25. We had 25 affidavits. And they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And that's why the press is really losing all power, because people aren't believing it. We need an honest press. We need borders. We need borders. We need an honest press. We need fair elections. I mean, those three things. And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press. But we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand. You have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They don't understand. They've destroyed the image of media now is at the lowest point it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? It's something. But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. You know, we had 11,488 murders allowed into our country by this guy who had no clue. He had no clue. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, but dumb as hell when it came to policy and common sense. And they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. And from all over, South America, not just South America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over. A lot came in from Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's why they have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it because we solved it, but Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that, you go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that. And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious, serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700, and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days. It's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, you know, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape, too, by the way. I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places. And we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. You know, we had no people enter in the last 4 months. Zero. Even I can't believe that. You know, we had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told. And of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. I said, you were in for, you had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job. But because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any. This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone. And I get a call from the liberal governor. Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II. Your place is burning down. I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control, Governor, but I'll check it, and I'll call you back. I called her back. I said, this place is a nightmare. Probably, it's certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal. They go after our ICE people, who are great patriots and tough job, too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that. That was a while ago. And I sent in the troops, and they were gone. As soon as I sent them in, when we send in the troops, if you have a real leader that says you got to do what you have to do, I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the way I should stand all the time. And I'm like this, and people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're spitting at them, and they're screaming at them. And that soldier standing there, he wants to knock the hell out of the person, but he's not allowed to do anything. So they just stand there, and they get abused, and a woman was this far away from his face, and she starts spitting in his face, and he's not allowed to do anything. If it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit, it's a new thing. They spit, we hit. How about the cars, where the cars are coming out? They get brand new cars, Border Patrol, ICE, beautiful, nice new cars. And they're driving along, and they have to go through a gauntlet of rocks being thrown at the car. So here's this beautiful brand new car. By the time it goes 100 yards, it's destroyed. These guys have pretty good arms, some of them. And they're throwing bricks at full force into the window and into the car. It looks like It's a war zone. And I said, never let that happen again. From now on, if that ever happens, and I say it here, you get out of that car and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. Because those people are you can die from that. Those bricks go through the windows. You can die. They'd like it to. They'd like it to go through the window. But this was a couple of months ago. They just kept driving and bricks are hitting the car. And I said, why aren't they stopping? Because they were under orders from the past administration, never stop. But that's different with us. We stop. And since I gave that order, we haven't had that problem. It's very interesting. It's amazing. It's just like in Venezuela. You've seen the boats going. We can't find any more boats. They're carrying drugs, massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They had fentanyl mostly and a lot of other drugs. And we take them out, and we've taken out 4. And it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average. 20. Some people say more. You see these boats just stacked up with bags of white powder. That's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too. And now we have a problem. General Kane says, "Sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today." But it's amazing what strength will do, because all we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. So this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you're involved at all, they all joke. They say, "Oh, this is not good." You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Aragua with 10, 12, 15 kids. And these military guys walk up to them, and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded. Then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous we don't want to even do that, because we don't want to. Some of stone cold murderers, we don't have the confidence. Even though they're not coming back very easily, we don't have the confidence. We put them in jails. But these service members are following in a great and storied military tradition, from protecting frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush, and others all use the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many of our leaders used the military to keep peace. Now they like to say, "Oh, you're not allowed to use the military." And you know what the people say? The people in those cities where they're being raped and shot and beat up, you know what they say? "We love the military." You ever see where they interview the people on the street? I've never seen somebody say they don't, unless they're radical and paid off, because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member, from general to private, who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing. The whole world is watching. Everybody in the White House, they come up to me, young women, "Sir, thank you." I know immediately what they're thanking. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long, because we got the careers. We call them the careers. We got these lunatics out, and they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finer schools, which they couldn't get into anyway. Mentally, they couldn't get in. But no matter what you do, they'll never be good. They're bad. They're career criminals. I don't know. Maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to say that, but maybe they were. Certainly some were. Together with the leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country, all because we had weak leadership on top. And we did a great job with it first term, but this is something else what we're doing now. We're taking it to the next level, probably next level times 3. But we had COVID come up, and we had to take care of that. We did a great job with COVID. We had the therapeutics, it's just Regeneron, so many things we did for COVID. But we had to focus on that, and every other country in the world was being decimated by COVID. So we had to change gear a little bit to take care of that. But under our leadership, the military is now the knife's edge in combating this sinister enemy. We have to put the traffickers and cartels on notice, and we've done that. And we put them, a lot of them, we've called them a terrorist organization, which is actually a big thing to do. Nobody's done it, but I've done it with a lot of them. It gives you a tremendous advantage. If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence, because that's the only language they really understand. That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats. Around Venezuela, there's nothing. As president, I will never hesitate to defend our people from threats of violence, from the horrible plague that's taking place from within. The Iran nuclear power, the Iran, all of the great power that we thought existed, we blew it out to kingdom. We took advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way. I hope you all agree. If anybody disagrees, could I please have your hand? Who disappears that Raising Cane is no good? Just raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. All right. That means you're okay. That means that he's okay now, but I saw his results. You know, he took out ISIS. I was told it was going to take 4 years. It took 4 weeks. I went to see him, and he took him out in 4 weeks, knocked him out, knocked him to hell. And I was told by military people it was going to take 4 to 5 years to do it. And I don't even know if we'll have it then, sir. These were the Washington generals. I call them the television generals. But Raising Cane did it in 4 weeks, took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. As a result of these actions and many others since my inauguration, we're witnessing the triumphant return of peace through strength. We have great peace through strength. America is respected again as a country. We were not respected with Biden. They looked at him falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's falling downstairs. He said, it's not our president. We can't have it. I'm very careful, you know, when I walk downstairs, like I'm on stairs, like these stairs, I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their legacy. We don't want that. You walk nice and easy. You don't have to set any record. Be cool. Be cool when you walk down, but don't pop down the stairs. So one thing with Obama, I had zero respect for him as a president, but he would pop down those stairs. I've never said, da-da-da-da-da-da, pop, pop, pop. He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold on. I said, it's great. I don't want to do it. I guess I could do it. But eventually, bad things are going to happen, and it only takes once. But he did a lousy job as president. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This country was going to hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing. And by the way, I have to tell you, now, as you know, I went over and I met with NATO, and NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP. Millions and now trillions of dollars are pouring in. They didn't pay the 2% because they know we were there to pay it. And now they paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on that war, not 10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to. But they can keep it, but we're not involved. We have no money going out. Biden gave $350 billion. Not sustainable. $350 billion. And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're selling equipment. Our people are buying equipment. They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're making money because I don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. A lot of them are Russian soldiers, but between the two countries, mostly soldiers, by the way. Sometimes, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in or some drones in, kill some people. But mostly it's soldiers. Russia and Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And, they're not American. They're not us. They're not you. We have a special obligation. But they're soldiers. They're young people. They leave their parents. They wave goodbye. And then 2 days later, they're blown up so unnecessarily. And so that's the primary reason I want to get it done. We got to get it done. It's crazy what's going on. That's the worst war that there's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being killed there is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done. But that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with. He should have had that war done in a week. And I said to him, you don't look good. You're 4 years fighting a war that should have taken a week. Are you a paper tiger? And it's a shame, but I think eventually we'll get that one done, just like in theory, I want to knock on wood, because you never know. It's like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do. I mean, thousands of years. But we have to get that war done. So now just think of it, we're a dead country. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, a great guy. I was with the Emir of Qatar. I was with the great leadership of UAE. I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings. They ordered so much, and they were great. But they all said essentially the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me. We met in Alaska, had a good meeting. Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You can be proud of that. And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. You must have felt like, I have a job that nobody wants. That doesn't feel good. Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You want so many. And we're going to have many, many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment. But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal. They always give us unfair stories. But they played it so big. They were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all. Nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think that has to make you feel good. It's one of the reasons I love being here today, because I wanted to say that. I have to say that. Everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force our beautiful Space Force. It's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously big numbers for the police. Dangerous job, isn't it, huh? Fire department. But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military smaller because they can't get the people to join. We're thinking about making it larger because we have so many people. And it's nice to be able to cut people because of merit that aren't really qualified for any reason, a physical reason, a mental reason. You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter, and they all want to be with you. They all want your job. They want to be with you. They want to work with you. They'll even take your job, you know. Got to be a little bit sharp. You got to watch it. But everybody wants to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference. When I speak to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago when I was talking to rooms where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential election. Yesterday at the White House, we put forward a plan for peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace, and it's going to reign over that territory, and we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace, but I said yes, and I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace, and we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile, so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. It's so true. And we're striving tirelessly to end the terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, then we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it. And now I got it to 5%. And I get along great with all of them. In fact, they call me the president of NATO. I said, I don't think so. But they're great. They're great people. And they're spending a lot of money. And a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting really fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from Europe to Asia to the Middle East, our allies will make similar commitments to increase their military capabilities. And this will greatly strengthen our alliances, and also it will make war far less likely. You know, if you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence now. And I go around bragging about that. I've said, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You never heard Biden say that. Never heard him say anything. But you never heard him say, did you ever hear him say, we have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you, Pete and General Kane, all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of you out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. It'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end, Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and, you know, in many cases it takes too long. They're backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit. And I told those companies, you better get your ass going because we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting countries to buy your equipment. You got to produce the equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that. But they're on our side. The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment, and we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster, a lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. Again, you know, it's very important for me to say we are the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world. I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle, hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is with Iran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out of the sky, every one of them. We make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people, and those brilliant people with such pride, and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country. Nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors, or you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like you. Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E. It is lore. When it comes to defending our way of life, nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we are the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
right, so I'm not sure why they're all still standing there. The president has left. So just to get you guys up to speed as to, we'll talk about that in a second, but to get you up to speed, it's not over. The show isn't over. What are they saying? Hold on.
Pulling up the buses. Please remain in your seats until all the 4-star with details leave first. Thank you.
All right, so they're just telling them their travel plans on who gets to leave and who gets to stay. The show is actually over, so I can go to full screen. All right, so here's what we got. That was Pete Hegseth and President Trump speaking to the generals. Kind of an odd speech. I was wondering at some point, was he just burning time to make it even more difficult for the Democrats to do what they want to do? Possibly. But the show isn't over. We got a little bit of a respite here. Just to give you an idea what's getting ready to happen, supposedly, in terms of the programming notes that we have, President Trump is going to leave here. He's going to head out to Marine One, the helicopter. Then he's going to take the helicopter over to the White House, where at 11 o'clock he's supposed to be making a big announcement. Nobody seems to know what that part of the programming is all about and why he just didn't do it right here. But he's getting on the helicopter and going over to the White House. Interesting. Very interesting. So we got more to come. In the interim, so I don't have to disconnect and that we can just continue going from here. I know some of you guys might not want to see it, but at the same token, the Democrats were having their, I guess we'd say, their last hurrah. They decided to hold a speech out in front of the Capitol, the Capitol building. So let's play that. Understanding what we're doing is basically burning a little time until President Trump lands and gets back and gets settled in the White House, at which point we'll take that up. I won't cut to it directly. First and foremost, paying some bills and talking about some of the sponsors. I want to make sure you guys understand that now is a great time for you to be jumping into the silver market and the gold market. Over the last 12 months, it's over 40% gain. I wouldn't be telling you if I weren't personally invested in silver and gold myself. Check this out.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe, and relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. Hey, I just want to let you guys know that microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives. Scientists estimate we now consume a credit card's worth of plastic every single week through our food, our water, and even the air we breathe. One study found plastic particles in 100% of human lung samples. Nobody is safe from the exposure. And it gets worse. These plastics don't just sit in your body. They cross the gut lining, they leach into your blood, and they disrupt everything. They've been shown to alter gut bacteria, suppress your immune response, and increase your risk for neurodegenerative disease. It also increases your risk for metabolic disorders and even cancer. Some plastic toxins like BPA and phthalates mimic hormones. They interfere with your fertility and damage DNA. Even if you eat clean or avoid packaged food, you're still being exposed. You can't opt out, but your gut can help you fight back. Kimchi 1 from Brightcore Nutrition is a potent ally in this toxic world. It's packed with over 900 probiotic strains unique to kimchi and proven to break down BPA, helping you detox from the inside out. It doesn't support your digestion alone. It helps protect your cells, your brain, your hormones, and your future. Your body was never, ever designed to handle plastic, but your gut was designed to protect you. You just have to give it the right tools to do so. And Kimchi 1 is one of those tools. Today you can get Kimchi 1 for 25% off by using the code BARRY by clicking the link on the picture or in the description below. Or for an even better deal, call my friends at Brightcore for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888-418-6738. And I always advise making the call because they can help educate you as well. All right, so let's get a few comments. I understand SV has been really busy just beating up on some trolls. Don't understand why we get so many, but it's crazy. Moving forward without demtards. Yeah, well, like I said, we've got 30 minutes to burn because they are, like I said, President Trump is getting over to the White House where supposedly it's still on the schedule. Hopefully the schedule doesn't change. In the interim, I wanted to bring this to you from earlier as they're just clinging to straws trying to stop this shutdown from happening while this, at the same token, being the reason why the shutdown is happening.
Good group. Yeah, really good group. All right. Good morning. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to stand here today with members of the House Democratic Caucus, who I want to thank for their grit, for their strength, for their intellect, for their heart, for their soul, and for their fight on behalf of the American people. We are in this fight until we win this fight for their people. I want to thank Teresa from the great state of New Jersey, Tony from the great state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as well as Catherine from the great state of Ohio, for their presence here today, for sharing their stories, for being here on behalf of more than 300 million Americans who are having to deal with the Republican health care crisis. Mr. President, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the House Democratic leader. Our caucus is 217 members strong. We serve in a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for you, we work for the American people. We are fighting to lower the high cost of living and to protect the health care of everyday Americans. And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. Say it to my face. House Democrats are here on duty, fighting on behalf of the American people, ready to fund the government in a way that lifts up their quality of life. House Democrats are on duty. House Republicans are on vacation. Amen. Shame on them for being on vacation all across the country and across the world on the eve of a government shutdown. We're on duty. They're on vacation. They're on vacation because they'd rather shut the government down than protect the health care of the American people. That's unfathomable. That's unacceptable. That's unconscionable, and that's un-American. Do your job. As opposed to being missing in action. Now we'll hear from everyday Americans whose health care has been under assault by Republicans who have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, triggered a possible $536 billion cut to Medicare because of what happened in their one big ugly bill. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics are closing all across America, in rural America, in urban America, in the heartland of America, in small-town America, in black and brown communities all across America because what of Republicans have done in terms of this health care crisis that they've created. And in just a few days, notices will go out to tens of millions of Americans because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which will result in tens of millions of Americans experiencing dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles in an environment where the cost of living is already too high. Our position is a simple one. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save health care. That's what this fight is all about. We're here, we're ready, we're willing and able to find a bipartisan path forward to fund the government in a way that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, and their economic well-being. But here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Not now, not ever. We are here to lower the high cost of living. We're here to cancel the cuts. We're here to lower the costs. We're here to save the health care of the American people. And our promise to you, America, is that we will always stand up for what is in your best interest, to make your life better, to ensure that in this country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you can afford to live the good life for yourself, for your family, and for your children. And we know that an important part of that is protecting your health care. So we're here to protect your health care today, protect your health care tomorrow, protect your health care this week, protect your health care next week, protect your health care this month, protect your health care next month, Protect your health care this year. Protect your health care next year. We will protect your health care at all times and defend your health care until victory is won. It's my honor and privilege to now yield to the whip of the House Democratic Caucus and a champion for women, children, families, and the American people, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Good morning. We thank Leader Jeffries. Our caucus stands with him because he is standing for the American people. And the American people are asking, is this the golden age that Donald Trump promised? Medicare about to be gutted by $500 billion with a T dollars. Nearly 20 million people about to lose their health insurance. Cuts to Medicaid that are already shutting down hospitals. Nursing homes are closing. Premiums are about to double. And the notice is go out tomorrow. Working people can't afford that. Small businesses can't stay open with costs that are exploding around them. And with all the damage that they are doing, you would think Republicans would at least show up for work. Well, we'll tell you what, Democrats are here. We're here to keep government open. We're here to keep hospitals open. We're here to keep children insured. We're here to keep health care affordable. We're here to lower costs for the American people. And Republicans may have skipped town, but you know who always shows up? Moms. Moms like our next speaker. Teresa Luoni is here to share what this fight means to her family, because moms are feeling the pain right now. Moms don't know if they'll be able to afford that next visit to the pediatrician. Moms-to-be can't even find an open maternity ward near their house. And Republicans think they should just foot the bill, $15,000 to pay for their own delivery. Moms who are horrified that 40% of the kids in this country are at risk of losing their health care. So, Teresa, we thank you for being here on behalf of all moms, for showing up, for speaking out, and for sharing how these cuts will impact your two boys. Teresa.
Good morning, and thank you, Leader Jeffries, for standing with families like mine today. My name is Teresa Luoni. I'm a single mother and full-time caregiver to my twin boys, Dylan and Max, who are both profoundly autistic. For us, Medicaid is not an abstract policy or a line in a budget. It is a lifeline that makes it possible for my children to live with dignity, safety, and the chance to grow. My boys are 13. Medicaid covers the doctors, therapies, and specialists that my boys depend on. But it also helps with the most basic, essential items that families like mine could never afford without programs that the Democrats are fighting to protect. It helps pay for formula to supplement my son's restricted diet, diapers for my other son who has not yet gained the skills to use the bathroom independently. These are not luxuries. These are everyday necessities that allow my children to survive and have some stability. And my family is not alone. Across this country, thousands of children in special education rely on these funds so they can access their education, so they can have aids, therapies, and the supports required by law to give them a fair chance in the classroom. Without Medicaid, those children would be shut out of opportunities that every child deserves. My sons are proof of what's possible when children with disabilities are given support. Max, though he is pre-verbal, has taught himself math skills and how to read using closed captions on YouTube, and he's a true tech whiz. Dylan, my nonverbal son, is one of the most empathetic souls you could ever meet, with a smile that can brighten anyone's day. He loves to help with chores, especially landscaping and gardening. With the right supports, every person has gifts to contribute to our society, and I firmly believe this. Making healthcare inaccessible to vulnerable citizens doesn't just endanger their lives, it stops their futures and the contributions they could make to our communities and our country. Disability is not something that only happens to other people. It does not discriminate. It affects people of every gender, every color, and every political affiliation. It can touch anyone at any time, whether it's a child born with autism, a neighbor who develops a serious illness, or an adult who has been in a life-altering accident. The truth is, unless you are in the very top % of income earners in this country, no working class or poor person could possibly afford all the care that is required to survive, let alone thrive, when disability is a part of their life. That is why I'm here today. As a mother, my passion is to fight for a country where every vulnerable community, families with disabled children, seniors, people with chronic illnesses, or those living in poverty, has health coverage that is accessible and affordable. Medicaid is not charity, it is justice. It is the guarantee that we do not abandon people who need the most care. I am proud to stand here with Leader Jeffries and everyone who is working to protect and expand Medicaid, because protecting Medicaid means protecting families like mine and protecting the very values of compassion and fairness that we say this nation stands for. Wow. And now we're going to hear from Tony.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. What's wrong with his neck?
Thank Congressman Jeffries and all the members of Congress who have
given
me this
your
opportunity
neck
to travel from Pennsylvania to share my story. Again, my name is Tony Gonzalez, and I live in Indiana County, Pennsylvania, with my wife and my daughter. My youngest daughter, Amber Gonzalez, is with me to help lend her daddy some strength and comfort during this time. Roughly 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 thymic carcinoma cancer, and I'm currently being treated for the cancer.
I am not a heartless person, but they're making it out to be like no one's going to have health care. And one of the problems I'm having, a big problem with, that one of the, as the banner says, Trump is coming back on soon. They used, and I actually wrote it down on my notepad here, they said people who work hard shouldn't have to blah, blah, blah. If you're working hard, why do you need Medicaid? If you're working hard at a job that pays you, why do you guys need SNAP? If you're working hard, why aren't you paying for your own insurance? If you're working hard, why aren't you paying for your own children? Something doesn't add up when these people talk. Working hard. Many of us have worked hard, and if you work hard, you're probably going to be getting paid for your efforts. Working hard doesn't mean walking from the refrigerator to the couch. Working hard doesn't mean laying down and doing what you need to do so you can make more of the kids so you can get higher welfare. Why do they keep saying working hard? And then there's going to be a lot of crybabies like, well, people are working hard, but they're not just making enough money to make ends meet. Then you're not working hard. You might be exhausted, you might be tired, but are you working hard? Working. meaning a job that's paying you money. And if you're working hard and not getting paid, why are you working at a job that you're not getting paid enough for? In this economy, there's about to be 100,000 tomorrow. There's about to be 100,000 jobs that might be open in the government. So that's one group that's crying. And then over here in the Senate, they just had Chuck Schumer was just crying. And so these people are at the House congressional people, and on the Senate floor, they're crying over there too and whining. They're in like a little bit of a respite. Chuck Schumer just got done. But let's continue, because I don't have anything to play for you until it's the time as we get these people off stage. It's ridiculous.
Receive chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and radiation therapy regularly. Fortunately, I've been able to purchase affordable health care through the Pennsylvania State Health Insurance Coverage Marketplace called Penny to cover my cancer treatment. Right now, I have a gold plan that has a low premium, all thanks to the ACA subsidies, otherwise known as the enhanced premium tax credits. But even with this low premium and the enhanced premium tax credits, my individual out-of-pocket maximum is still $7,500. Between my wife and me, the total out-of-pocket cost is $15,000. With my cancer treatment, I end up meeting my out-of-pocket maximum every year, and the costs do add up. I'm a full-time college professor for a small college in the Pittsburgh area, but I admit with some embarrassment that I struggle to even pay most of the co-insurance as part of my out-of-pocket.
His words, a shutdown is idiocy. They're his words, not mine. So today, Republicans are committed to keeping the government open. And we're going to vote to do that again today. The House has already passed a clean continuing resolution, bipartisan votes, and it keeps the government open and functioning for the next 7 weeks. It allows Republicans and Democrats on the Appropriations Committee to continue their bipartisan work on a full year of funding for our nation. This is where senators from both parties have a very important part to play. Now, the continuing resolution is now in the Senate. Senate Republicans support it. Senate Democrats should join us and vote yes to keep the government open, because if not, the government shuts down at midnight tonight. Now, Democrats had no problem voting for 13 clean continuing resolutions, just like the one that we have here today, and they did that when Joe Biden was president. Now they refuse to do what they did 13 times for Joe Biden. Instead, they're demanding a ransom. Senator Schumer has come to the Senate with a ransom note, $1 trillion he's asking, and just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. This proposal is a far left wish list. And the Democrats in this body know that they are responding to the demands of the far left radical wing of their party. Radical, extreme, dangerous, scary. People who want to take this country far, far to the left and are happy to see a government shutdown. They are demanding a government shutdown by the Democrats in this body. So what do they want to do with this $1 trillion? It's in this wish list, this ransom note from the minority leader. Well, they want to spend $400 billion to keep Biden bonus COVID payments forever. Forever. They want to repeal reforms that strengthen Medicaid. It strengthened Medicaid for the people who need it the most. It's not what the Democrats want. They want it to go to people who are unwilling to work, want to sit home, want to get free health care. These are able-bodied individuals who refuse to work. Democrats say, give them free health care. No responsibility, none whatsoever. Oh, and they want to spend billions of dollars for overseas projects related to their obsession with extreme climate policies. The minority leader made a statement today on health care that I found to be preposterous. Because I'm a doctor, I practiced medicine for 24 years. was at a rural hospital in Wyoming just this past week. The Democrats' proposal, the ransom note that they have provided, wants to repeal the critically important $50 billion rural hospital fund. Every Democrat in this body voted against a $50 billion rural hospital fund. You know, just a few minutes ago, the Senate Minority Leader came to the floor. He said that one of his members went to some rural communities in his home state and said that the health care providers there are really concerned. Well, then those health care providers haven't been informed by the Democrat senators from that state about what is in the bill that passed this summer and the incredible resources that are being made to make sure that rural hospitals can be sustained, can stay afloat, can stay open, can provide health care. The Democrats are so against rural communities of this country, view them as the enemy. The red counties, they're so fixated with the big cities and kowtowing to the big city mayors that they actually introduced a bill in July. It's stunning. They call it Protecting Healthcare Lowering Cost Act. It's preposterous because that act alone repeals the $50 billion for the rural hospital communities. So they didn't just do it once with their bill in July. They've done it again with a ransom note from Chuck Schumer to the Republicans. If you want to keep the government open for 4 short weeks, get rid of this rural healthcare hospital lifeline that hospitals all across my state and yours, Mr. President, realize is important for their sustainability to provide health care in rural communities where the next hospital may be 100 miles away. That's something foreign to the other side of the aisle, who ignore so often the rural communities in their own states, who can say they can ignore them, don't campaign there, don't go there, don't talk to those people. It's the big cities that sustain us, and we're going to actually punish the rural communities by stripping from a successful piece of legislation $50 billion set aside for rural health care in this country. What the Democrats are proposing is an outrageous shakedown. And that's why we're going to have a shutdown, because they refuse to keep the government open while we're working on bipartisan funding bills. Everything they're doing is focused on satisfying the most radical, extreme, dangerous, scary part of their party. In March, I believe Senator Schumer did the right thing. He voted with Republicans to keep the government open. And what happened? The far left immediately attacked him for doing the right thing. Nancy Pelosi said, I myself don't give anything away for nothing. She was even against him. AOC questioned why his would, quote, hand away our leverage for free. 18 of Democrats' own candidates who are running right now in open seats for the Senate in 2026. They were questioned by one of the newsletters in town. They all said they refused to say whether they're going to vote for him as the leader of the Democrat Party. So now, according to an Axios report from last week, what we've seen the minority leader do is he built a private war room, their quote, private war room with liberal groups to orchestrate a shutdown. So when I hear the minority leader come to the floor, say, oh, we don't want to do it. He's been orchestrating this, according to this news report, for months, orchestrating with his liberal private war room. He and his staff have been meeting with these groups every week for the past 2 months to plan the shutdown that begins tonight at midnight. Senator Schumer's doing exactly what he once called the politics of idiocy. He's threatening to shut down the government unless he gets everything that he wants. Well, Republicans are not going to pay the ransom, and the American people aren't going to pay the ransom. We're not going to sell out our nation's service members, our law enforcement officers, our seniors, our air traffic controllers. Let me remind everyone who pays the price for a Schumer shutdown. The American Legion warns of a shutdown that will, quote, directly affect the lives of veterans and their families. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. Vietnam Veterans of America has put it plainly, quote, for veterans, a shutdown is an immediate disruption of care, support, and progress on life-saving initiatives. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Fraternal Order of Police says a shutdown, quote, will cause major disruptions for programs that fund public safety efforts in our communities. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Association of Police Organizations adds, federal law enforcement officers who are working to protect our cities and communities from violent crime, drugs, and guns will be putting their lives on the line without getting paid. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The Association of Mature American Citizens warns that seniors on fixed incomes will face, quote, backlogs and service disruptions. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association says farmers and ranchers will lose, quote, predictability and stability as harvest season begins. They'll pay a price for the Schumer shutdown. The National Grocers Association warns that vital programs feeding low-income families and children will run out of money. This is the reality, Mr. President, of a Schumer shutdown. Here's the bottom line. Republicans are fighting for veterans, for service members, for law enforcement, for Border Patrol agents, for senior citizens, and for rural hospitals. Democrats are willing to shut down the government for illegal immigrants, climate extremism, and wasteful Washington spending. 12 years ago, Senator Schumer decried the politics of idiocy. Democrats shut down the government at midnight tonight. The idiocy will be theirs. The House has done its job. It passed a continuing resolution to fund the government. President Trump is ready to sign it. It's time today for the Senate to pass it. The American people are watching, and I urge my Democrat colleagues to join with us. Tear up the ransom note. Keep the government open. Otherwise, Democrats will own the Schumer shutdown. Mr. President, the American people will suffer the costs and the consequences. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Arkansas.
Well, here we are again. Republicans merely want to fund the government for 7 weeks. The House of Representatives passed a simple bill with no partisan tricks or poison pills. Yet for the second time this year, the second time in barely 6 months, we again find ourselves on the cusp of a Schumer shutdown. Now, I'm not here to remind you that Senator Schumer came to the Senate in 1999, and since then he's supported and voted in favor of a continuing resolution to keep the government open more than 56 times. I'm also not here to remind you that when Senator Schumer was in charge last year, Democrats had 224 days to bring 11 bipartisan spending bills to this Senate floor. And even though 6 of these bills were passed out of committee unanimously, and the other 5 with overwhelming bipartisan support, then Majority Leader Schumer failed to bring a single one of those bills to the floor. Not one. I'm also not here to tell you about the impact the Schumer shutdown would have on our national security, on our economy, and on the American people and their families. Instead of doing any of that, I think I'll just let the Democrats speak for themselves. Let's turn the clock way back to the fall of 2013, when the series finale of Breaking Bad was aired and when the word selfie was added to the Oxford Dictionary. Though it may seem like ages ago, many of the Senate Democrats who are here now similarly found themselves on the edge of a government shutdown in 2013. Let's listen to what they had to say. Senator Durbin said shutting down the government was, quote, no way to run a country. Senator Hirono agreed, stating, quote, Dysfunction is not the proper way to govern. Senator Warren also echoed her colleagues and explained, quote, hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't otherwise win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in courts. I don't disagree. The American people made the winners very clear when they went to the polls last November, and the Democrats lost their fights for Congress and for the presidency. I'd be remiss not to note all the left-wing radical policies that continue to be challenged and also lose through the courts. Out of touch with reality and fresh out of ideas, the Democrats have made a short-sighted play to back the Schumer shutdown. Look at the dog and pony show they're putting on right now. The Democrats are attempting to extort a laundry list of what President Trump has rightly called, quote, unserious and ridiculous demands. These demands include restoring taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens, wiping out a $50 billion rural hospital support fund, and sending your tax dollars overseas for climate initiatives. In short, Democrats want to add $1.4 trillion in new spending to pay for the partisan pet projects that were soundly rejected by the American people last November. Radical Democrats refuse to be reasonable and negotiate in good faith. This reinforces a point that Senator Jack Reed made back in 2013 when he said, quote, forcing the government to shut down for reasons the vast majority of Americans disagree with is a terrible signal and could create undue hardships for families and businesses. This statement is as true now as it was then. Democrats who support the Schumer shutdown are voting to withhold the paychecks of air traffic controllers, our troops, federal custodial staff, and countless other hardworking Americans. As Senator Sanders put it in 2013, quote, shutting the government down will disrupt the economy and cost us jobs. Senator Schatz added, quote, every moment that the government remains closed endangers our economy and American families across the country. Bottom line, the Democrats have acknowledged that a shutdown is not some political stunt. As they said, a government shutdown can threaten national security by, for example, disrupting military training and recruiting, disrupting ongoing work to modernize our nuclear forces, and creating uncertainty in our defense supply chains. That's hardly a model of peace through strength that Americans have demanded of their elected officials. But rather than listen to the American people, Senator Schumer and the Democrats make their own absurd demands. To make matters worse, the Democrats are conflating the budget process with policymaking, an approach that they have long condemned. Senator Murphy perhaps put it best in 2013 when he said, quote, there is a time and place to debate health care, just like there's a time and place to debate energy policy and immigration and education, but not when the funding of the federal government and all the lives are impacted by it hang in the balance. Senator Murphy in 2013, there's a time and place to debate health care, not when the funding of the federal government hangs in the balance. Enough is enough. Again, in 2013, more than a decade ago, Senator Klobuchar called for an end to the, quote, political gamesmanship. Likewise, Senator Blumenthal pledged to, quote, do everything possible to work with my colleagues to make sure budget brinksmanship and political gamesmanship are halted. Yet solely because of the Democrats, here we are. The political gamesmanship and the budget brinksmanship are still going on. So let me state clearly, a Schumer shutdown will be carried out at the expense and on the dime of the American people. Remember, it wasn't happenstance that the American people threw radical Democrats out of the Oval Office and congressional leadership last fall. So don't be fooled. The Schumer shutdown is a last-ditch effort to save face after spending years pushing disastrous policies that led to rising costs and skyrocketing crime. let me leave you with one last quote from 2013. Don't hold the American people hostage simply because you're so sure you're right and everyone else is wrong. Any guess who said that one? You got it. Senator Shutdown Schumer. And because he has decided to move forward with this Schumer shutdown and has refused to take his own advice, unfortunately, the American people will be left paying the price. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
All right, while they're waiting for the next idiot to take the stage, because I think it's a Democrat turn at this point, I do have some news as to what is going to be coming up. Yes, it is a Democrat up next, so let's look at some news here. Let me clear the screen so I can show you this stuff. There's some really interesting things happening. There seems to be some announcement as to what President Trump is going to be announcing at now. It was supposed to be 11:15, so we're all waiting for him to come out. So here's what Caroline Leavitt says it's about to be. It says, happening today at the White House is planning to unveil a direct-to-consumer website for Americans to buy drugs. It will be called Trump RX, which is going to cause their heads to explode, as well as announce that Pfizer plans to lower prices on several of its medications in the United States. I believe Nick talked about it too somewhere. Is this the one? Yeah. Just in, President Trump is set to announce the launch of Trump RX, which is a new website to allow Americans to buy discounted drugs for cash. This will cut out the middleman and lower the price of drugs, as users can search for specific drugs from multiple different manufacturers. A deal with Pfizer is expected as well, where they'll agree to lower prices on several of the drugs in the United States. So on the day that the Democrats are fighting about medicine and Medicaid and Medicare, President Trump is about to launch his own GoodRx. And if you've ever had a medication where you want to go get it filled, and the insurance says, oh, even with insurance it's $100, and then you use like GoodRx and it's like $12. Sometimes it's cheaper to pay cash for a pharmaceutical than having to use your insurance. And President Trump and RFK Jr. have recognized that, and they're like, yeah, let's just do Trump RX. They're going to lose their mind. They're going to lose their mind that President Trump is offering a discount to pharmaceuticals for people. They could have done it at any time. I always wondered how the business model for GoodRx even worked. But obviously, President Trump figured it out. So that's what we're waiting for him to announce. Let me go back to the hearing because Robin's got something going on out there. What do we got here? Let's go here.
The off switch to the light bulb of innovation in our country. But that's not to say that the programs are perfect. In May, I introduced a 52-page bill with suggested improvements and extensions for the programs. And I want to provide small businesses with the certainty they deserve by making the programs permanent to ensure we do not watch the clock hit zero again. I want to increase how much agencies are required to allocate for these programs to maximize our innovation potential. I want to strengthen our commercialization efforts through better data collection, training, and designated commercialization officers. I want to increase the number of new entrants by reauthorizing and codifying new programs that aim to reach underserved populations. And I, like all of my colleagues, want to make sure that our technology never falls in the hands of our adversaries. That is why I want to continue the bipartisan program enacted in 2022, which has identified and mitigated foreign risk in its short period of implementation. According to the Department of Defense, only 0.04% of their applications have been deemed a foreign risk.
Okay, so let me continue. I got a little bit quieter here. A New York Times poll came out that Caroline Leavitt referenced, says that 65% of Americans say Democrats should not shut down the government even if the demands aren't met. 65%. So whether or not you believe a New York Times? Yeah, New York Times poll or not, it still came out at 65% said, no, don't shut down the government. So there's a lot of stuff between the Trump RX, the polling. I don't know if we're going to see a government shutdown. I really don't think when push comes to shove at 11:59 tonight that the Democrats have the cojones to have this thing shut down. One of the reasons why is the next tweet I want to show you. Where is it? It says, breaking, 100,000 federal workers resigned this morning. Now, I just want to tell you, because that's been going around quite a bit. That's a little bit misleading. Just a little bit. Let me tell you why. Because they're not telling you the entirety of that story. A lot of these people opted to retire at the end of the fiscal year, back when Doge was in there cutting the books and everything, and they said, we'll take the retirement at the end of the fiscal year. Well, guess what tomorrow is? Or actually today. Today is the end of the fiscal year. Tomorrow, October 1st, is the new fiscal year, which is why the shutdown is about to happen. So those 100,000 people, it becomes effectual tonight at midnight, but those 100,000 people aren't new people that said, we're going to resign. I just want to make sure you're straight with that, because people are leaving off that information. It sounds like all of a sudden 100,000 people decided to resign last night. That's not the case. You got to remember and go way back to when Doge was doing these deals and how they said that certain people can take a deal and leave or get fired. And they said, we'll take the deal and resign at the end of the fiscal year, which is tonight at midnight. Nonetheless, it's still 100,000 people off the federal employment numbers, but still 100,000 is 100,000. So that's, I would take that as a win for sure. I don't wonder how you take it. Yep, SB, I just talked about that. Yeah, so it's getting out there that the thing that President Trump is going to be talking about is indeed this Trump RX, what I think is going to be similar to Good RX. Might be good. Might be definitely a good thing. So we're at 11:31. President Trump was supposed to come out at 11:15. I could tell he was probably going to be late because he was coming back and forth from Quantico. So let's see how long it takes for him to get here. And in the interim, the Democrat is off and Joni Ernst is talking.
Waste to run rampant or fail our warfighters. When it comes to foreign influence in the SBIR, STTR programs, the fox is in the henhouse, and my colleague wants to shut the door and check back in a year. America's seed fund is in trouble. $5 billion of agencies' R&D budgets are set aside each year for American startups to develop critical technology. In practice, however, too many large companies, not truly small businesses, drain millions of taxpayer dollars by churning out white papers, instead of turning the taxpayers' investments into reality. In the past decade, 25 companies alone in the Pentagon's SBIR program received 18% of the funding. A single company received $650 million, more award dollars than the total issued to all companies in 26 states combined. Even the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Board concluded that the SBIR program has consistent overinvestment in a small number of companies that fail to deliver scalable capabilities to warfighters warranting direct corrective action. In short, our warfighters are not properly benefiting from the billions of dollars being invested into SBIR mills. Additionally, companies linked to our adversaries funnel taxpayer-funded intellectual property into communist China and beyond. I have been crystal clear that I cannot support a one-year clean extension of the SBIR, STTR programs unless meaningful reforms are included to ensure every dollar serves America's investments. In just 2023 and 2024, we know 835 applications for SBIR, STTR funding were flagged for foreign risks. 835. Yet, only 303 of those applications were denied. Even worse, a lack of foreign due diligence standards across government has opened the door for exploitation. Some agencies denied 100% of those flagged applications, while other agencies denied less than 1% of those flagged applications. When I shared my report with the Pentagon, they agreed that there are significant threats to our national security that must be addressed. If this program is to be extended, our taxpayers deserve to know that their representatives are, at a minimum, stopping wasteful spending to unproductive firms and implementing urgent safeguards to protect technology from our adversaries. That's why my amendment to H.R. 5100 would provide a 30-day extension of the SBIR and STTR programs with necessary reforms. Simply, this measure would, number one, root out waste and prioritize our truly small businesses by establishing a reasonable lifetime limit on SBIR funding, which would affect only 0.2% of participants in the program. And two, counter Chinese espionage by standardizing the foreign risk definition across our federal agencies. It's common sense, folks. We shouldn't be serving as a subsidy for Beijing when we are unleashing the golden age of America. But that risk is real and present today. And additional taxpayer dollars cannot go out the door unless we secure this program now. Our country cannot and should not delay these reforms any longer. If my colleagues truly oppose even basic safeguards, then this SBIR set-aside charade should end. And taxpayer dollars should be restored to the agency's R&D budgets where they will better serve our warfighters and strengthen our nation's competitiveness. Instead of recklessly extending the status quo for another year, these set-aside dollars would simply be returned to each agency. And small businesses can continue to compete for those awards. I believe President Trump has assembled a world-class administration that is more than ready to deploy these R&D dollars. Unburdened by additional layers of bureaucracy, agencies can execute awards to small businesses in line with both the taxpayers' interests and our national security. I'm willing to work with you to find a common sense solution, one that works for both sides and ultimately the American people. However, as the proposal stands, on behalf of our warfighters, our national security, and our truly small businesses, I cannot let the status quo continue. Therefore, I ask that the consent be modified and the Ernst substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection to the modification?
To object.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the substitute amendment offered by the senator from Iowa. The SBIR and STTR
Mr. President, we are just 14 hours away from a government shutdown. The House has passed a clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution to fund the government until November the 21st. The President is ready to sign it. The Senate Democrats, they're standing in the way. Mr. President, I quote, "In a vacuum, this CR would get almost every Democratic vote. It just would. This is a clean CR that has no partisan riders, extends a bunch of programs that are Democratic priorities. It's clean," end quote. Now, those last few lines aren't mine, Mr. President, and they're not a quote from some other Republican. They're a quote from a mainstream journalist who is acknowledging what everyone knows, and that is Republicans have offered up a clean, nonpartisan funding extension, the same kind of extension Democrats have repeatedly supported in the past, and Democrats are blocking it for their own partisan purposes. Mr. President, it's right here. It's what it is. This is a partisan CR, 24 pages to keep the government open until November the 21st, at which time the Democrats will have almost same leverage they have right now. I mean, hopefully by then we'll have passed more appropriations bills. I'd like it if we pass all of them. But I think it's reasonable to expect we won't have them all through conference and right a place on the President's desk, so they will have another funding cliff they can take advantage of come November the 21st. This is ready to pass right now. This keeps the government open. This funds the government and protects federal workers and the American people from the hostage taking that has become, evidently, now the Democrat norm, even though it's something they decried not that many years ago. It's right here, Mr. President. It's in front of us, right here. We can pass this today. Pass it right now. All we have to do, get support from the Democrats. House has passed it. This is the House passed bill. We take it up in the Senate, pass it, send it to the President. President signs it into law, and the government stays funded. Pretty straightforward, right? And it's something that was done many, many times in the past, as I mentioned, by Democrats when they had the majority. Now, Mr. President, this right here is a chart I mentioned 13 times. So when the Democrats were in the majority around here, 13 different occasions, we passed short-term continuing resolutions, funding resolutions to keep the government funded. And as you can see, there were a lot of, interestingly enough, Republicans who voted to keep the government open when the Democrats had the majority. 13 separate occasions. You look at the numbers there, the lowest number on any one of those is 65 votes. All we need today in the Senate in order for us to keep the government open is to get 8 Democrats to vote with Republicans. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, 8 of them. Doesn't have to be all of them. I mean, I understand the reason, in many cases, the Democrats don't want to go down this path now, has nothing to do with the substance of this. I mean, again, look at this. They're on to argue about the substance of a continuing resolution that funds the government for 7 weeks, at which time they'll have similar leverage. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has everything to do with politics. Because when this happened, there was a Democrat president in the White House. Now there's a Republican president, President Trump. That's what this is about. It's about partisan politics. Now, there's another chart, which I will show you here, which I think points out, too, the hypocrisy of the Democrats. This is the percentage of Democrat senators who supported Biden-era CRAs. Look at that, 100%. 100%. There was two of them was 98%, so they must have lost one or two on their side on a couple different occasions. But 13 times, when they had the majority, almost all of them, without exception, voted to fund the government. Because that's kind of simply what we do. We try to avoid government shutdowns because they tend to be disruptive, and everybody knows that. In fact, you can go through a long list of quotes, and I'll just give you a few, give you a frame of reference. In 2023, the Democrat leader called a shutdown, and I quote, avoidable, irresponsible, and deeply damaging, end quote. And noted that a shutdown would cause, and I quote again, disruptions for millions of New Yorkers to services they rely on, while thousands of federal workers could be furloughed, end quote. In 2019, during the midst of a government shutdown, the senior Democrat senator from Hawaii stated, and I quote, while rich people are protected, this shutdown leaves the people who are most vulnerable to fend for themselves, end quote. In 2023, the senior Democrat from Massachusetts, who has been one of the biggest voices in support of a shutdown this time around, had this to say, and I quote, okay, so let's start with how much pain a government shutdown is going to cause us right here in Massachusetts. We have about 25,000 federal workers in Massachusetts. These are public servants, just trying to do their jobs, trying to help people. They have mortgages, they have child care bills, they got to put gas in the tank and food on the table, and they're not going to get their paychecks, end quote. Well, that's a sampling, Mr. President. This is an endless video loop of members on this side who've been saying these things now for years, not decades. So I could go on. In fact, let me just give you a couple more for some additional perspective. We've got Democrats as recently as this year talking about the negative effects a shutdown has on American families. And now, Democrats are so committed to shutting down the government, they're rejecting a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding extension, the very same kind of extension that, as I mentioned, they supported 13 times during the Biden administration. So what's changed, Mr. President? I think we all know. It's not that the problems with the shutdown have changed. All those quotes that they said, I assume maybe they still believe them. It's that the Democrats' far-left base and far-left senators have demanded a showdown with the president. And the Democrat leaders have bowed to their demands. And apparently, the American people just have to suffer the consequences. Now, Mr. President, when I took office as Majority Leader, I made it clear my commitment to regular order, in particular to a bipartisan appropriations process. And I've delivered on that. We've passed 3 of the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills with strong bipartisan margins here in the Senate, and I am eager to get back to bipartisan appropriations work. And that's why Republicans have put forward a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding resolution to keep the government open, to enable us to finish that appropriations work. We wanted a completely non-controversial bill so that no one would be inclined to vote against it, and so that we could get back to funding the government the way it should be funded, not through endless CRs, but through thoughtful, considered, year-long appropriations bills. But, Mr. President, the Democrats just can't take yes for an answer. They're rejecting a bipartisan process and attempting to take government funding hostage. And I had hoped that yesterday's White House meeting might mean that Democrats are starting to rethink their plans to shut down the government. But it seems that their leadership, at least, is full speed ahead. Republicans, Mr. President, House, Senate, and White House are united in our commitment to fund the government through a clean, nonpartisan funding resolution, and then to get back to the business of bipartisan appropriations. And so Democrats have a choice to make. They can shut down the government and subject the American people to all the problems that come with the shutdown, many of which, as I said, they've enumerated in the countless quotes they've made in the past. Or they can join Republicans to pass a clean, nonpartisan, short-term funding bill and keep the government's lights on.
All right, I got a bit of breaking news. I love having people send me breaking news, both from SV and from Robin. The false flags, they seem to be a-coming.
In New Jersey, McGuire Air Force Base in Lakehurst is currently under lockdown for an active shooter. The base posted this hour, quote, all personnel are on lockdown until further notice. All personnel outdoors should take cover. The Air Force Base is in Burlington County, about 15 miles outside New Jersey's state capital in Trenton. I want to go back to Brett. Brett, your first thoughts on this, and I'm looking down at the enormity of this base. Okay, it was combined, two bases together in 2009. It's one of the largest in the country.
My first reaction is, here we go again, Harris. I mean, and this is the problem. It exactly relates to what we're talking about with making sure our military.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
Most favored nation drug pricing order that we established earlier this year. As you know, the United States is paying sometimes 10 times more than other countries for drugs, and a lot of excuses were made for that, but it went on for many years, many years, decades, and it's not going on any longer. We're going to be paying the lowest price. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is. Favored nations. This will save American taxpayers and consumers hundreds of millions of dollars a year. I want to thank Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who is one of the most respected people in the industry and in business generally. I will say that, Albert, for joining us today, along with Secretary, as you know, we've got a number of secretaries. Secretary is Lutnick behind me, I hope. Who's Lutnick?
He's over here, sir, to the right.
You can get over here. I'm looking for Lutnick. Our great Secretary of Commerce. Good, I'm glad you're here. You would have been in trouble. Howard Lutnick, great Secretary. Medicare Administrator Chris Plump, and the FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and I just want to thank them all. They've been working hard on many things. I think this is one of the biggest medical announcements that this office has ever made. We're talking about price reductions, as you'll see in a couple of minutes. Our great Secretary of Commerce. Good, I'm glad you're here. You would have been in trouble. Howard Lutnick, great. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, Medicare Administrator Chris Plump, and the FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and I just want to thank them all. They've been working hard on many things. I think this is one of the biggest medical announcements that this office has ever made, because we're talking about price reductions, as you'll see in a couple of minutes, that are incredible. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. They paid far more, 10 times, 13 times, 15 times more than other countries for the exact same product. A major reason is that the American consumers have been subsidizing research and development costs for the entire planet. They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States had just 4% of the world's population and consumers, only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the United States. So think of that. We have 4% of the market, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet, Albert, I didn't know you were that violent. I'm surprised you're agreeing to this.
I'm getting better.
No, he's doing the right thing. Thank you. And yet they make 75% of their profits from the American customers, so it's something. That's why I signed an executive order combating this practice, and we signed it very happily a little while ago. Today, Pfizer is committing, as will other drug companies as we go through the weeks, but Pfizer is truly one of the biggest in the world and one of the greatest in the world. Today, Pfizer is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid, and it will be at the most favored nation's prices. It's going to have a huge impact on bringing Medicaid costs down like nothing else. I told you that in my first term, I was so proud of the fact that for the first time in 28 years, drug prices came down. And I had a news conference that I explained it was 1/10 of 1%, but it was down. And here we're talking about, in one case, over 1,000%. This is a critical step forward to our work and to improve health care, and hardworking, low-income Americans, especially low-income Americans, will be helped so greatly. In addition, Pfizer is agreeing to provide some of their most popular current medications to all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%, and that's off the price. And in some cases, even more than that. These drugs will be available for direct purchase online at a website operated by the federal government. We're also announcing that moving forward, all new medications introduced by Pfizer to the American market will be sold at the reduced most favored nation cost. So we'll be paying essentially what other countries are paying, who have been much lower for many, many years. Furthermore, Pfizer will invest $70 billion to reshore domestic manufacturing facilities. In other words, they're going to bring a lot of their facilities to make their drugs and make what they make, their product. They're going to make it in the United States. I appreciate that $70 billion investment and fund research and development right here in America. We're working with other major pharmaceutical companies to secure similar agreements. Everyone understands that the status quo where Americans pay more for drugs, prescription drugs, and they pay more than foreign countries who take advantage of us in many other ways, although not so many anymore. I think we've pretty well got that stopped, right? I think so. We've stopped that, but they took advantage of a lot of other precedents, that I can tell you. But we're making this pay to be very unacceptable, what they've done in the past. That's why my administration is also taking historic action to investigate the unfair and discriminatory trade practices of other countries that extort our pharmaceutical makers to shift costs onto the American consumer. They say, no, give us a price, a very low price, and just charge the American consumer, charge it to the U.S. The United States is done subsidizing the health care of the rest of the world. It's a big thing. I can't tell you how big this is. And I was all set to go on a first term, but then you had the COVID, and we had to focus on that. But I said, I want to get back here, because this is, you're talking about 14, 15, 1,600% reductions in some cases. But by taking this bold step, we're ending the era of global price gouging at the expense of American families, and we're making America healthy again, which is our little theme for the people behind me. And I want to just ask Secretary Kennedy to come up, and we'll start, and we'll go through it with Oz and Klopp and Bourla and McCary, and we'll go through it, and if you have any questions. But this is a really big announcement. This is something that most people said was not doable. And other countries are going along because we told them that if you don't go along, they didn't have to go along, but if they didn't go along, we were going to put extra tariffs on those countries, and we were going to charge them the amount of money that they should be paying for the reduction in costs. So I think we had a pretty good negotiating position. So, Bobby, I'd like you to speak about this, and what a great job, and thank you very much.
I want to start by thanking a couple of people who aren't up here, Theo Merkel, Dr. Heidi Overton, who played key roles in this negotiation and helped make this happen. And also Inma Hernandez, who's not up here, but John Brook and Chris Klump, who were the people who were negotiating, in some cases, I think including last night, 24 hours without any sleep. This would not have happened without President Trump's leadership. I told my son last night, we're all under secrecy about this, but I told my son late last night, a 27-year-old son, Connor, who's a very liberal Democrat, and I told him this was happening, and he just paused for a minute, and he said, thank you, Dad, I'm so proud of you. Because this is something Democrats have wanted for 20 years, Republicans have wanted for 20 years. Everybody said they're going to do it. Nobody has even taken a step towards doing it. And the reason was because it was such a daunting task. And, even all of the negotiators, you see, I also want to thank Howard Lutnick. This would not have happened without him. But even all of the negotiators here and all the people on at HHS and at the White House team, all we could see was all the reasons that this couldn't happen. Everybody had tried. Nobody could make it happen. And it was President Trump alone who, with his doggedness, his persistence, he saw this clearly in a way that none of us other, in its most simplest terms. Why are we spending more on this country than any other country? Why are we spending 75% of the revenues that come to the pharmaceutical industry? We're doing all the research, and everybody else is riding on our slipstream. And President Trump, I would say, harangued and harassed us to make this happen. I was getting calls at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Oh, are you asleep? And you got to get MFN done. And at one point, Dr. Oz told me, I can't take the president's calls anymore. I have a lot of reasons, my wife has a lot of reasons to say to me about different things that happen in my life. Doesn't that give you anxiety? And I say, I don't get anxiety. This gave me anxiety. Oh, thank you, President Trump. It would not have happened without your leadership. This is real leadership. It's a president who has a vision and makes that vision happen. And I can't think of any other president of the United States who could have done this in our history. I'm very grateful to you. This is an extraordinary benefit to the American people. Thank you for your vision, President Trump, your bold action, your unwavering commitment to health and well-being of the American people. Never has a president stood up so bravely for the American people with respect to health care. And by the way, I forgot to thank Albert Burla. Albert and I have had a long history of antipathy and antagonism toward each other. But I have to say his leadership in this took tremendous courage. And he really created a template for corporate responsibility, for putting public health ahead of his individual interests. So I'm very, very grateful to you for that, Albert. Under the leadership of President Trump, the U.S. government is now acting as a tough negotiator on behalf of the American people. Today is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about giving hope to those who are trying to stay healthy, who are managing illness, and who are fighting for their lives. We refuse to make the most vulnerable citizens continue to pay an unthinkable price for the world's pharmaceutical breakthroughs, which we pay for. This policy is a shield for the chronically ill who have carried the burden of high drug costs for far too long. It's a signal to every American family that we're finally putting their health and financial security first. And it sets a new standard, one that says we won't write blank checks to the drug industry any longer. No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table. Americans should not be gouged paying 300 or 400 or 1,000% more than people in other countries for the exact same drug, many times manufactured in the same factory in New Jersey and sold in Great Britain for 1/10 the price that it's being sold for here. This week, and I was with some friends up in Martha's Vineyard, and an old friend, one of my oldest friends, his wife and daughter have a chronic disease. And that chronic disease last year cost $150,000 to treat. And the mother had to choose whether she was going to take that money and spend it on her or her daughter. And she spent it on her daughter. So she had to make that choice. It's a choice that no mother should have to make. We did a roundtable recently on drug prices. One patient spent more than $180,000 on one drug. One cashed in all of her savings and worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. One almost quit her job and moved to Germany to get the drug cheaper. Some looked at getting the drug on unsafe secondary markets because they could not afford it through the legitimate markets. Today, we begin to right that ship. For the mother trying to help her child get better, for a grandmother at the pharmacy counter, and for millions of Americans who want to restore their health. Today is about another promise made by President Trump and another promise kept by President Trump to the American people. And it's only just the beginning. This is all thanks to your unwavering leadership, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There is a fine line between vision and hallucination. People have to follow you for it to be a vision. And President Trump, you made a lot of people following you, an idea that most people thought was not possible, even remotely. And when we have that shared vision, and I'll speak to some of the people who are involved in this process because it was incredible effort that gives me great pride to serve in this administration. And the fact that it did not leak is also an issue of pride for us because these were tough challenges. And Albert Bourla looks very calm up here and cat-like, but he is ferocious when you get him in a negotiating room. This is true for all the pharmaceutical companies that we are negotiating with. And Secretary Kennedy, my son Oliver, who I told about this deal as we was walking over here, is a Republican. And you know what he said? Thank you for making us proud. Because it's not just a Democratic problem, it's a Republican problem. This has not happened before. And it took a crusader like President Trump, with the support of Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, I see the vice presidents here as well, just unwavering, dogged pursuit of change. And now I have to admit that I know the president has me on speed dial, and most of the time when he would call me, as Secretary Kennedy alluded to, it was about MFN, and he always had reasons why we needed to go faster and why people were being hurt today because we're allowing the kinds of pricing that had been tolerated for so many decades in America. The time of the day didn't matter, the day of the week didn't matter, and that's how the president was functioning. This was such an important part of what he saw as his legacy, which is why it brings such pride to all of us up here and many others to deliver it. And the laser focus that the president had on this, which he shared with me the day that I was nominated, that he nominated me for this position and has reminded me frequently since, made it a top priority for us as well at CMS. Now, to do this, you have to have tactics, not just vision, but tactics. And the first tactic the president shared was to introduce me to Albert Bourla. He took us to dinner with Secretary Kennedy, and he argued, and he's a great deal maker, as you know, that if you're going to make a deal of this scope, of this nature, you need trust. So the president lit the kindling, he got the embers going, but he needed us to nurture that beginning of a fire so they would blaze into what today we can announce as the grand deal, one of the greatest ever, certainly in the space of pharmaceuticals. I gained to respect Albert, and I'll tell you why in particular. It was because he recognized the dangerous problems facing so many Americans, that they had to choose between taking medications prescribed by their doctor that could be life-saving or shopping at the grocery store, paying for their kids a fundamentally important need that would be squeezed out because they couldn't compromise on drugs, or often worse, they compromise on the drugs. 1/3 of all prescriptions are not filled in the pharmacy because of this. We talked through the winter. We talked through the spring. We talked through the summer. And we got nowhere. We stalled. The industry is powerful. They're important. They have smart people. There's no reason for them to give the numbers that the president is articulating today. And you see these numbers on the charts around us. These are massive wins for the American people. But the president in July demanded, after the executive order, that manufacturers make a firm commitment and to lower prices or else. And it sent shockwaves through the industry. It got the ball rolling again. Our talks with Albert heated up, but it wasn't until last week, if you want an inside story, it wasn't until last week that we made a major breakthrough. And our hardworking team embarked on a remarkable story that I think books will be written about, 24/7 nonstop with industry, with Albert, with his great team at Pfizer. And with this partnership, we began to deal with the fundamental challenges we have, which is protecting medical advances for the future while at the same time securing the prices Americans want today. We're going to continue to stimulate and strengthen innovation. That's what a great country does, and we are a great country with a great leader. We're going to protect the U.S. hegemony in R&D. We dominate the planet in discovering cures for illnesses. All those orphan ailments, all those remarkable advances, they come from research labs here with companies like Pfizer and other great ones in the pharmaceutical space. We're going to lead in the life sciences. We're going to lead in ideas. And we're going to make sure that we do all that while we're being fair to the American people, especially our most vulnerable. We're going to finally deliver on the fair drug prices that President Trump has been speaking about for 2 terms. We're going to celebrate this historic day, I predict, this historic day in the medical field for generations to come. The heroic negotiators that I do feel compelled to mention, and Secretary Kennedy kindly also mentioned their names. Some of them can't be in here because they're busy negotiating future deals. Inma Hernandez-Delso, John Brooks, who's a deputy administrator of mine, Theo Merkel, who is in the back and tall and hard to miss with DPC, and Corey Enslin with the same group did a spectacular job, and Don Dempsey at OMB. Just wonderful human beings, worked tirelessly to get this done. We were able to secure this first MFN deal And the president touched on this, but we have much more to come. You'll be hearing breaking news from the president for the rest of the fall. And Mr. President, these brilliant minds are here because of you. Now, I don't want to just pay homage to this. I want to actually speak this a little bit. The passion to protect the American people brings top-tier Americans into the government. We've created a powerful administration with the president's leadership, an administration of winners, of people who get things done. They see the generational opportunity to fix the biggest problems our nation faces, and the person who led this negotiation, Chris Klump, embodies this seal. Now, Chris Klump came to visit Secretary Kennedy and I the very first day we were looking for staff to try to bring in the government, and neither of us really had an idea of how challenging this might be. And he came to the interview, and we knew that he had built a business that was worth several $100 million. And the secretary, very poker-faced as he tends to be, looked at him and said, "Are you willing to give it all up and move your family to Washington?" A young family, 4 young children, beautiful wife. "Are you willing to come across the country and serve our nation, serve this president to ensure vital programs like Medicare, which he runs, will keep our seniors healthy for years to come?" He gave it all up, like so many have in this administration, passionate to follow the president's lead and serve under Secretary Kennedy. And for those of you at home who are watching, and I hope there are quite a few, I think this shows just how cool a place it is to work, is in this government. And I take great pride in handing the ball to Chris. Chris, tell the American people what they have won, thanks to your passionate ability to deliver on President Trump's promise.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have enabled something that as recently as last night, nearly everyone has said was impossible. And Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, thank you for having trust in us as a negotiating team to drive this forward on behalf of the American people. It is an absolute honor and privilege. And Mr. Bourla, to you and to the team at Pfizer, you have taken a step that I think few appreciate, requires a level of courage to change something that for decades administrations have tried. And there was no incentive rationally for you to do, and yet you've done it because you recognize the opportunity to align your economic interest with the social interest of the American people, and we're grateful. Today is historic, as has been discussed. This is a major win in the battle for affordable health care and affordable drugs. As the president said, on average, we pay nearly 3 times what the rest of the wealthy world pays for branded pharmaceuticals. And yet we drive more than 50% of global R&D, 50% of revenues, nearly 70% of profits. It's unjust. It's morally unjust. And when this happens, we stifle innovation and we limit access for the most vulnerable people across the planet and in America who need these medications. And so the president directed us to make deals. That's what he does, and it's what we do. And all great deals, and this is a great deal, are rooted in principles. And this deal was rooted in the principle of fairness. Now, the president could have directed us to go to the poorest country on the planet and find the cheapest price for every single drug and bring that back to the United States and use the might of the government to insist that that's the price we pay. And that might have worked, actually, for just a little bit. But very quickly, it would have utterly destroyed innovation in pharmaceuticals. It would have destroyed American primacy in building life-saving medications. There are nearly 20,000 known diseases on the planet. We have treatments or cures for far fewer than 10% of them. So that would have been a bad strategy, and it would have limited access to those who need those medications the most. But he didn't call for that. He didn't call for 50% lower than the lowest price on the planet. What he called for was fairness. And that's a powerful principle, because we all grow up wanting to be on the right side of fair. And it allowed us to do what has not been done before, which is to call on manufacturers and ask them to be fair, and allows us to go to countries and ask them to pay their fair share in the battle against global disease. And that is the unlock for this great deal. Now, it's my privilege to talk just for a few minutes about the details of the deal. First, let's start with the definition of MFN. What do we mean by that? This is not made-up list prices that have often been quoted in prior administrations, stuffed with fees and rebates. We're talking about we start at net prices, after fees, after rebates, the prices people actually pay here, the prices people actually pay in other wealthy countries. We then index to a basket of countries, wealthy countries, across the world. And we go drug by drug, and we look for the lowest price, and that becomes the starting point for what an MFN price is in the United States. And then we've built this principles of fairness on 5 key pillars, as we've talked about. Number 1, as has been discussed, direct access for patients at TrumpRx, which is a site soon to be launched, available often at full MFN and always at lower prices than currently available. This is bypassing middlemen. It increases transparency. Ensures that this program lives as a lifeline without undue burden on the taxpayer for those who need it most, for our vulnerable Americans whom we are charged morally to care for. The third principle is about future-proofing fairness. This is the idea that Pfizer has committed, as are other manufacturers, that they will not launch a new drug for commercial, Medicare, Medicaid, or cash pay markets at a price that is higher than the other wealthy world. Now, they are free to price their drugs wherever they want. These are not price caps. These are not price controls. They can price however they'd like. We're simply asking them, and they are committing not to undercut us in other countries. This is an essential principle. This allows us to retrain other countries to appropriately value innovation for their citizens, to appropriately understand what fair share means, to contribute global R&D. This allows us not to compromise access for those who need it most. And this is a powerful commitment. The fourth principle is around shared savings. As our commerce colleagues and as our U.S. trade representative colleagues succeed in encouraging other countries to pay more for existing medications, a portion of that will go to fund additional R&D. And a portion of that will repatriate back to the United States to offset prices, lower prices further for Americans on those existing drugs. And the fifth principle, as discussed, with hats off to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Jameson Greer from U.S. Trade, is about Pfizer committing to onshore 100% of the value of all imports that it currently imports to the United States, thus ensuring that we seal our great American resurgence. If you're watching this right now and you have been looking for evidence that this is a president who knows and cares about you, who is fighting for you, who is fighting for every American, this is Exhibit A. This is not an empty promise. It's not platitudes. It's not lacking a plan. These are hard contracts with teeth, lowering prices now that we will all feel. These are the most significant, historical, substantive, mathematically quantified price reductions in the history of our country in modern-day pharmaceuticals. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership in enabling this to happen. It is an absolute pleasure. The president has showed us that the impossible can be achieved, and that is what's happened today. God bless America. With that in mind, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here today in this office to announce a landmark agreement. I think it's an historic day.
Is this the coolest office? He has a beautiful office, but the Oval is the coolest, right? What do you think?
I think by far. And I have seen other presidents' offices. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, it's good office.
Yeah. So it's an historic day because I think today we are turning the tide and we are reversing an unfair situation. For years, other rich nations refused to pay the fair share for the medical innovation. And as a result, Americans had to assume disproportional cost on their shoulders. This situation, we all knew, is not sustainable. This situation is a situation that many wanted to change, but no one could. This is changing today with this agreement. In July, the president sent to me and other heads of pharmaceutical companies a letter. And over there, he articulated 4 specific requests. These requests, it was obvious to us, were designed to lower drug cost in the America in different ways, each one of them. And altogether, holistically, to have synergistic effect in the impact that that will have in the US healthcare cost and patients. With this deal that we signed today, we satisfied all 4 of President's requests, all 4. The big winner of this deal clearly will be the American patient. There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines. But I would argue that it is not the only winner. I think who else is a winner here? It is American innovation and American economy. In our industry, we had two major overhangs that have substantially reduced our valuations and create concerns for us in our ability to invest. We are addressing both of them right now, and I will speak about them. The first one was the uncertainty of tariffs. Because President is absolutely right. Tariffs is the most powerful tool to motivate behaviors, Mr. President, and clearly motivated ours, right? So, by this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the US and are made outside the US. And for that, we are ready to unleash our investment portfolio in this country. And the President graciously gave us a 3 years grace period that we will not be subject to the 232 tariffs, as long as, of course, we move the products here. That's one. The second overhang in our industry was this uncertainty. What will happen with the framework of pricing in the country? Because this uncertainty, it was what was holding people from investing in the pharmaceutical industry, which resulted in significant reduction of our multiples. Actually, our multiples are at historical low. Well, now we have clarity about what is the framework for the US pricing. Read the letter of President Trump, read the 4 points, and this is the framework. And we will abide to that, and going forward, this is how things will be priced in the US and abroad. We are ready to invest, as the President also mentioned, $70 billion in the next few years from Pfizer in manufacturing and research in America alone.
70 billion.
I really think this is an historical moment because also I can put that behind us and focus on the things that I want to spend my time. Cancer treatments, to bring better obesity medicines, to bring better vaccines, to bring things that people value. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Secretary Latnik. Your leadership helped us to pull that together. You are the masterminds of everything, and without the brilliant way that you designed the whole thing, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. But you were even more brilliant because you had someone in your team that he was the driving force behind everything. And I don't have words to thank you for your integrity. And it is what you have said. We created trust from day one. And that was the most important thing that allowed us to be able to pull very difficult negotiations. Of course, also I want to thank the US trade representative, who is also heavily engaged, and he's probably the first trade representative that I have seen that cares about our industry and cares to do something about unfair situations out there. But more than anyone else, Mr. President, I want to thank you, for your leadership and, frankly, for your friendship. Thank you.
Albert, thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President. The growth of drug spending, that is, the increase in drug pricing, is the fastest and biggest increasing area of healthcare spending. So today's announcement has incredible implications for healthcare spending in the United States. And today marks the beginning of the end of the Great American Ripoff. And it also marks the beginning and the end of a great American tragedy, something I've seen as a physician at the bedside. Patients getting spun up into a financial rage, doing GoFundMe campaigns online, sending repeat reminders, asking people to donate, getting their churches to pass the offering plate from pew to pew, Sunday after Sunday, to try to get enough money to pay for a drug in the United States, a drug that's 5 or 10 times more expensive than the same drug in France or Germany or the UK. People get spun up, and it's a tragedy. Having cancer is hard enough. Getting spun up into a financial rage in order to try to get the money to pay for treatment makes it so much harder. 37% of people who go through cancer care say in the end that the financial toxicity makes them want to avoid or delay care in the future. That is, they're done with it. They're done with the system. That's how toxic financial toxicity can be. And for what? For what? So the U.S. can finance the R&D of the world? Well, that ends today, thanks to President Trump. So we want to see R&D. We want to see American pharmaceutical companies thrive. We want to see pharmaceutical companies that do business and manufacture in the United States thrive. At the FDA, we're doing our part. If you're going to equalize your price to that of other wealthy countries, we're not talking about Zimbabwe. We're talking about Germany, France, UK, Japan, other wealthy countries, the OECD countries. If you equalize your price, then we're going to put your future applications at the front of the line. A voucher to get a review in weeks has a market street value of about $500 million because every day is money when it comes to getting a drug approved. And so if you meet one of the president's national priorities stated very clearly, moving manufacturing to the United States, meeting a large unmet public health need, or equalizing your prices. We're the largest purchasers of drugs. We deserve the best prices. And so we're going to do our part. And if a generic company makes their drug in the United States, that application is going to move to the front of the line as well. And if you're going to build a plant in the United States, our FDA inspectors will walk through that plant during the construction phase, something never done before, so that it's ready on day one. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. They said it couldn't be done, and here we are. Thank you.
Chris, you may want to go up and just show one of the boards about how quickly the prices come down. And these are small examples. We're going to have it over 1,000% in some cases. You'll see that during the week. But we just picked out 4 at random, and you see the kind of numbers. Bobby and maybe Albert, good.
We picked 4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples. And as the President mentioned, this is not the only agreement. It is the first. It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about them. And that means hundreds and hundreds of drugs. We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price, adenosine, results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother struggled with, 40% reductions. This is about access. This is about ensuring that Americans have access to life-saving medications. These are real prices. These are net prices. They're not made up. They're not funny numbers.
Thank you very much. It's a great job you've done. Everybody here has been incredible. We've been standing here talking about the Make America Healthy Again a lot lately, and I think our meeting the other day was excellent on a thing called Tylenol. That was a very important meeting. I think that was a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's going to be great for everything because your medicine costs are coming way down. We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next week of over 1,000% in some cases, where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And the same thing with Canada. People would go to Canada, they'd go to Mexico, they'd go to other places to buy drugs. They don't have to do that anymore. So we have favored nations. So that's what we have. And it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have. We're talking about massive numbers, and the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world, so they have more people. So we'll come down a lot, and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot, the U.S. The U.S. will come down a lot. But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit. And it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too. And Howard, great, really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big, let's focus on this.
Mr. President, please give us a timeline.
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises for lowering health care costs. On a day that it seems like we're going into a government shutdown led by Democrats on the premise of providing health benefits to illegals, this seems to, your move here is a stark contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance, to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling
and
with that.
we're working on just that, little different group, but we're working on just that. It could, I don't know to this extent. You know, we have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week. It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the U.S. And that's coming down now to probably $15 or $18. They'll go up to 18. I think that's pretty much right, Albert. It's not you, but they'll go up to 18 and we'll come down from 135 or whatever down to 18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8 of 1%, but it was the only one in 28 years that brought drug prices down for the year. But it was a very small number. Now we're talking about, you're going to see one over 1,000%. Look at these numbers. So, and this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who I'm talking about. The two of them came and we had a good discussion, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens, but this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's there, but relative to other health care programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, what do you think about coming up with a better health care? This actually allows you to do that because the cost of prescription medicine is a very big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is one of the biggest news conferences from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had by any administration. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'm curious, where are the other companies other than Pfizer? Are you expecting them to come later?
They're all with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. You know, it's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, your friend, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to tariff them an extra 5, 6, 7, 8%, whatever the difference is, and we'll take it that way. So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly, you know. We had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
President Trump. You mentioned the exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating with these companies, we're going to let them play out and finish these negotiations because they are the most important thing to the American people. So we are standing by, helping and working with them, but the driver of the 232 outcomes is our HHS team because, I mean, look what they've accomplished today. So we are on their side helping them, but that is the model that's going to drive.
And you have to understand, Albert's spending $70 billion that he wouldn't be spending because of the tariffs, let's say, and other reasons. I think he liked the winner of November 5th, in all fairness, but because of the tariffs. And that wouldn't happen. He's not going to pay any tariffs because when he moves here, there are no tariffs. So he won't be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If you move here, there are no tariffs. And We have over $17 trillion, Albert. Do you believe these numbers? So Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have over $17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
When will prices come down, Mr. President? When can
Immediately. They're going to start coming down. Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you speak to what impact you think this reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge. I said, if we can pull this off before midterms, I've wanted to do it from the beginning, from my first day in first term. And we were doing so well. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. Everything was good. And then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's a big change. But what happened is COVID came, and we focused on COVID. We focused on COVID very hard with Albert, with the other companies, with everybody. Regeneron was a great thing. You know, we did a lot of therapeutics that were fantastic. And so we focused on that. And I said, if I pull this off again, the first thing I'm going to do, and you know, we've been working on this for 8 months. This is a very big deal. This is a big shock to the system. But it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot. But now it's fair. We're going to be paying the same thing. Yeah, please.
Trump, in your first term, when you cut the price of insulin, Biden later came in. He tried to steal credit for that. Do you think that? Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these historic cuts?
I really appreciate your question because I did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35. And the problem is with many of these things, and in this case it's going to be pretty quick, but oftentimes you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years. That happened also with, I could say 4 different things, but just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is we did win the election. We did great. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way from a practical standpoint. And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35 and even less insulin, that was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let him know we did it, because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right, they tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable really of understanding it. But when they went out and talked about it, they acted like it was a great feat by Biden. It had nothing to do with him. And it continues, and we'll get it down even further. But insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it? Pax.
I have it here.
He's got Paxlovid. Give me a Paxlovid immediately.
Is ignoring what you're doing for the American people. She's going after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens. Last night, Nancy Pelosi. She went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans to go F themselves. Has she lost her mind?
We have done an unbelievable job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin. But just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price reduction times, maybe 10 times, 15 times than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of Democrats recently. I said, why don't we change it? We can make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much better, less expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough because, you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look. This is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We could come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare, to illegal immigrants. And what that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that. No country. And we have the border stopped up. We have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months. Zero people came in. That wasn't me. That's by the authorities who happen to be liberally oriented. But just think of that. We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay. And that's the Democrats. And what that does is it brings people into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it. And they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them to charge tremendous amounts of money for health care for people that aren't even citizens. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen. So we have a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned that it's not a good issue. And we have a fight in transgender, as you know, transgender for everybody. And that, when you talk medically, that's a lot of money too. That's a lot. Those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border, and we have a great country. Our country was dead 1 year ago. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Big difference. Yeah.
What does it say about the state of the Democrat Party when they have a 33% favorability rating on average in recent months, and they're willing to shut down the government over health care?
They are shutting it down. We're not shutting it down. We don't want it to shut down because we have the greatest period of time ever. I told you, we have $17 trillion being invested, so the last person that wants it shut down is us. Now, with that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown because of the shutdown, we can do things medically and other ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse. And, we're cutting that. But they want to have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say, the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And, Gavin Newsom wants that, too, in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices in the U.S.?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. There's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively. You see, that's just a few of the basics, but they're coming down much more than that with many drugs, and over 1,000%. Think of that, over 1,000% reduction. And we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board next week where you have over 1,000% price reduction. No, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way the market kicks in. The other way it was just basically it was just a form of control. You were stifling the market. Yeah.
At this point, is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give health care to illegal immigrants, which will destroy health care for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that. Okay?
Can I ask a question of Dr. Oz, Administrator Oz? If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats, is there anything that CMS can do to lower those, to mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies?
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president and leadership some freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of the legislative bodies.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants.
We actually do have time for that.
They're not eligible for the health care subsidies that Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify What are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their health care?
So when an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law, and look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do. They're all breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And we just, as a country, cannot afford to take care of millions of people who have broken the law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border, thanks to Christie and Tom Homan and the whole group. They've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we had a border that was reckless. We had a border that was a disaster. They were coming in by the millions. I say 25 million people. You're saying less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally. And no system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now, a lot of them have gone out. We have over 11,000 murderers. We got many of them out. Many of those people have been taken out of the country, brought back to where they came from. In some cases, put in prison because they're so dangerous. We don't want to take them out. We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it. And it's clean and nice and beautiful, and people are walking around and they're not afraid of being mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful. And now we're going to Memphis. But I think we should always keep a presence here, because if we don't keep a presence, it's going to come back never like it was, because we got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger, because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an unbelievable example of what can happen. And now we're going, as you know, to Memphis, which was very similar to Washington, very dangerous. And we're there, and we're working along very well with the governor, the mayor. A lot of these Democrat mayors, you know what they don't want to have us do well, because if we do well, it makes them look bad, and they shouldn't feel that way. If I were a Democrat and I was a governor or mayor, I'd be calling Trump. I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice, seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged, you're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about 3-4 months ago, and I was saying to the media, how many of you people have been threatened or mugged or accosted during your walk to the White House? And they said, we don't walk to the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, look at this guy. They even attacked this big, strong guy, right? Didn't you get attacked? Did you? But yeah, just take a look at the other guy, right? What happened to the other guy? I don't know. Those other guys are pretty tough. They're tough with a gun in their hand, right? And yeah, you were hit pretty hard. But almost everybody was. And now, nobody. Anybody been accosted in the last 3 weeks? If I would have said that 6 months ago, half the hands would have been raised out. No, we have a very safe city now. The country's going to be safe. We're doing one at a time, and we'll be going to Chicago. I told you this, sir. Union Pacific, head of the railroad. He knows this country very well. Started off as a very low-rung employee of the Union Pacific. He's now chairman. He came to me and he said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going down fast. They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed, 48 shot. That's not a city. That's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business, and the family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But we have to listen to Pritzker get up. He should call me and say, get the troops in. You ever hear that? 11 people over a week and a half killed. And I think it's 48, when you add it up, 48 people shot. And then I have to listen to a governor say how nice it is. It's a wonderful experience. Now, what is a wonderful experience is D.C. People are eating in the restaurants. They just opened 2 new restaurants, which hasn't worked in years. And we had it pretty good 4 years ago. We were just getting ready to do this, but we did it right. And, we have a big victory in the Supreme Court. It's called merit. And so that includes the military. Our soldiers, did you see what they look like? These guys, they look like serious soldiers. They weren't playing games. And they went in there and they did a fantastic job. And Washington, D.C. is now a beautiful, safe city. The restaurants are thriving. The people are walking down the street holding their husband or their boyfriend's hand, and they're not worried about being raped or mugged or shot at. And it's been an amazing thing. And we'll do that in every city. We'll do them sort of one at a time. We'll do a couple at a time. And we have a tremendous force because, as you know, in recruitment numbers, when we put out, 2 years ago, when Biden would put out recruitment, nobody would join. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be police. It was just announced this morning. You probably saw my speech over with the military, with the generals, admirals. Record numbers of people signing up for the Navy, the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. That was my baby. But we have record numbers of people signing up, and that includes police department, fire department. So, you know, it's been an amazing thing. Well, we're going to have another meeting next week on this. We have another great company coming in, similar kind of numbers. But we're going to show you some 1,000% drops in prices. There has never been anything like this in the history of medicine, and it's an honor. And Albert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody behind me, because you are a great team. We have a great team. Everybody says you have a great cabinet. It's a great team. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All righty then. Oh, the Democrats are so done. They are so... I can't even imagine how done they are. By the way, before I get off of here, got to do a couple different things. One of them, thank you guys. One thing is thank you guys who have hung out for the last 4.5 hours. Whew. Talk about going to a Monday night football game and then finding out when you get up in the middle of the night, just you got to go to the bathroom, you look at your phone. Let me check out what Trump's going to do. Oh, he's going to go live at 8 a.m. I'm like, good goodness. Goodness. So I had to rush, get everything put together and try to put together a show. And I didn't know we would be here for 5 hours. So thank you. Let me get a word in from one of our sponsors here. And you guys are very, very much familiar with the red knife from Patriot Addict. So let's go ahead and run that. Let me talk to you guys about this knife here. Many of you have seen from Patriot Addict the Trump red knife. That's the Trump red knife right here. Good knife. A lot of people have gotten it and said they really like it. So they came out with a new product, and this new product is the Trump, there it is right there, the Trump Signature Blade. Pretty cool packaging, how they put this together. Knife is pretty much the same knife mechanically. It has all the same features, quick release and everything else that's got it. But the difference is it is painted differently. It's got 45, 47 on it. It's got flag. It's got a different aura to it. Most importantly, it's got a stencil on it where it's got President Trump's signature on the actual blade. And it's very, 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 very sharp. Sharper than the other one, I think. You can get this knife for free. All you've got to do is go to the QR code right here and order it up, and you will get it. And it is a special just for the Fanfare community. Why are they doing it? Because you guys have been so good in helping them and helping this channel grow. They're offering this knife for free. Now the catch is, if there is a catch, is that you just have to pay for shipping. Shipping being about 14, 15 bucks or so. And that's it. No subscriptions. No ongoing fees, don't have to sign up for anything. Just go to the QR code right here and you can pick up this knife for just the cost of shipping. It regularly retails for 70 bucks, but that's all you do is pay the shipping and they'll get it out to you pretty quick. And trust me, just from all the different people who have written about it, you're going to love it.
Fanfare family, I'm B. Bonkel Mace, one of the members of Barry Cunningham's channel. One of the things Barry advertises on his channel is the Trump knife. But Barry doesn't really get so much justice because Barry apparently is not the knife guy that I am. I've got thousands of knives around my house. But this knife is really awesome. One, check this out. This is a power-assisted folding knife with a liner lock. A glass breaker at the tip, the liner lock in the middle, so it won't close on you until you push the liner lock in the middle. Push it and it will fold. This knife is actually quite awesome. And I'm a knife collector. I've been collecting knives for 30 years. This is an amazing knife, and you can get it. BarryKnife.com, Barry Cunningham. He can tell you how to get it. I want you to push it to his channel, fanfare.com. This knife is amazing. It's sharp. It's heavy duty. As a matter of fact, it's almost too heavy to carry in the pocket. You'd have to put it on your belt or whatever, but it's a heavy duty knife, and it's really nice. So Barry, to you, one of your family members, B. Michael Nace from Fanfare, amazing knife.
Yeah, I'm not that good with knives, but B. Michael is very good with knives, and he understood, and thank him for doing that. Just he bought it or had it shipped to him for free, and he loves it. All right, so let's get you guys know. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to say about this morning. There's a part in President Trump's speech, and you can go back to it and listen to yourself. I think there was, and somebody picked up on it, and they wrote in the chat, I think we just heard a huge comm, C-O-M-M. And if you can go back and listen to it, he says he's talking to the people out there in the audience and the generals and 2 stars and whatever they were. And he said, you guys have to, blah, blah, blah. You know that you're here to fight against enemies, foreign and domestic. The enemy within. And he made a very pointed, he was slow and methodical. A different guy talking about this. You notice that? This morning he was slow and very methodical what he was saying because he was talking to military people. And then today he was talking, or this afternoon he was talking to a bunch of reporters, and he's talking about doing something medically. But this morning it was a military style speech. It's not a lot of whole he, hoo, ha, rah. It's like, here's what we're going to do. And if you go back and listen, he actually says foreign and domestic. And he talks about the enemy from within. And I don't think, maybe it was too early. A lot of people didn't pick up on it, but I did see a couple people in the chat who were like, I think military is the only way. And then today, as he was talking about this great drug pricing, and then somebody asked him about the shutdown, and he was very magnanimous as he was talking, but he let that out. Well, if it does get shut down, I'm going to basically trash him. And he didn't say those words, but he's like, there's a lot of things I could do that they're not really going to like. Which means they already know what they're going to do. All of the fear that everybody has that Trump is going to assume all this power, he's got it in his back pocket. He's not pushing it on anybody, and you probably won't hear many people in the media even pick up on that. But he's like, we don't want to shut down the government. Yeah, we want to do this, but I could do some really good stuff to the Democrats, right? I could just start doing all kinds of different things. Winkety wink, wink, wink. And so it's 1 o'clock right now. They've got a little over 11 hours to get their act together. Who knows? Like I said, maybe at 11:59 they come in and go, hold on, we'll sign it. I still think the Democrats are going to cave because, especially after what he said at that press conference, if you don't remember, just rewind it. What he said everything. If you let me do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take you guys apart. Oh, yeah. I can't. I was talking to Robin. But let me continue. Hold on. Let me do this. Sorry about that. Once in a while, things happen. She needs my attention. So in any event, go back and listen to that. You're going to hear for sure. You are going to hear him say, I have these at my disposal, which is pretty interesting. All right, so that I don't keep you guys here all night. And by the way, he's not done. At 3 p.m., he's supposed to sign executive orders. So I don't know what the executive orders that he's going to sign at 3 p.m. I'm going to record that for tonight's show. Tonight, I will be going live tonight. I'm going to call the show the countdown to the shutdown. And I'll post about that once I get something to eat and everything. All right, so let me do super chats, and then we can reconvene this afternoon. Boom. Tim Sperry, here in Chicago and Illinois, we have so many cops and firemen that look like their stomachs ate their butts. They lay down, they look like Volkswagen Beetles. J.B. Pritzker with the badge going to protect us. Yeah, he's talking about hours ago, Pete Hegseth saying he doesn't want any more fat, out-of-shape soldiers, and he definitely doesn't want any of these soldiers out there who are wearing dresses and stuff. Darren Engel, I retired from the Army in 2017. Very bitter at what it was becoming. Pete just salvaged the pride I lost for serving. Let's effing go, right? Cat Fam Life. Prior Army here, full freedom wood right now. Fazul, Pete's cleaning house. He's not playing. Demon of Cybertron, they're going to be a lot of private piles. I bet the recruitment goes up real quick. Grumpy Knuckles, I feel like Pete would fight frontline. I think he would too. Tilly, good morning and hugs everyone. Yes, good morning. Thanks for joining early. Peaceful Haven Media, I need to buy some Weight Watcher stock because there'll be a lot of chubby uniforms incoming. Yeah, some private gym memberships too. Tilly, have a great day, everyone. God bless y'all. God bless you. Stray shot. Just struck me. When Trump mentioned something about you can disagree and free to walk out the door, he wasn't kidding about the end of their careers. Nope. Straight up. You don't like it? Hit the bricks. And also, Pete Hegseth said the same thing. Julie Masterson, thank you. Stephen Brook, if we get into another war, we have to go at... Yeah. Another war would be awful. Mike Starks, did you catch what President Trump said? He is 45, 46, 47. Ham Radio. I love that you guys are listening closer now. Ham Radio 1981. Barry, need your superior powers of observation. I respect and support 47. Why does he always bloviate in every speech? It is so old that I have to turn off the volume. Well, I think one of the reasons why President Trump today went kind of long is because you don't know what was happening behind the scenes. There is so much happening right now. Anything would be a guess. Today would be a guess would be, we don't know what Pete Hegseth was doing. Were they going in different people's offices? Are some of these people being fired? We don't know. Was he trying to stave off the Democrats so that they wouldn't have access to him? I don't know. But obviously, as you can see, if you look at the totality of everything, there's a whole lot going on. Sherry Clem, thank you, Barry, for going live with us. What a great show. I think gratitude is vital. Expectations are an arm of entitlement. Entitlement is dangerous because it places your own happiness in someone else's hands. Well said. Robin Ann, thank you, Barry and team, for the hard work you all have done to keep us updated. Just get rest and stay hydrated. Big iced tea here. Just get rest and stay hydrated. Soros will send the goons out soon. That's for sure. SV was swatting people like the Matrix today, he said. Cindy Brook, no digital ID in America. Nope, not going for to do that. Moshe G, Jeffries is the whiner in chief. The Dems playbook right now is make newcomers great again. I don't think they even have a playbook. I mean, one of the things that bothers me is how they complain about the meme that President Trump posted. It's a racist. Oh my God, he called him a Mexican. It's racist. These people are completely devoid of humor. None. They do not have any humor whatsoever. Brad Crane, apparently they don't know what they're shoveling. I wonder who listens to that crap, by the way, what the Democrats say. Kipper, I've worked within the disability community. She's lying there, very protected by regulatory laws. Exactly, she's lying. Party Dog, it's so wonderful to be alive and well to see President Trump put the squeeze onto the left like an anaconda wrapped around a pig. With every exhale, the pig to the anaconda squeezed tighter before having them for dinner. Good analogy. What's this? Where'd that go? Oh my goodness. Where did that go? I must have hit a button. Hold on a second. Let me get this straight. So I don't know what just happened. Hold on. I had like 2 more to go, and it jumped on me. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm glad it went to the right spot. Haha, God bless my mother's soul, but back in the good old days, butt cuttings, if I had the nerves to tell my mother that I was going to shut the oven down while she was baking her cake, she would shut it down if you... I think you're talking about Hakeem Jeffries and how tough he was trying to act. Suzanne Book, I came in a little late, but no way I could miss Pete's speech. If I was young, I would sign up today. Yeah, I think that was a rousing speech for sure. All right, everybody, I'm going to hit the after party, run around, get something to eat, and I'll see you guys tonight. I'll put up the billboard. Hopefully they come to their senses, but hopefully they don't. Hopefully it gets shut down. Let's see what happens. Oh, by the way, did I show this video? I wanted to show this video before we left. It was, where is it? I thought I put it in here. Were they? Oh. They're already complaining about Pete Hegseth's speech. I'm going to play this, and then we'll go out with the after party. Oops.
The male standard.
But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I would assume that means that there are many men who will also not meet those standards. And Secretary Hegseth said there is nothing wrong with this kind of conversation that he wants to bring up now. Not even a conversation, a mandate that there has to be gender-neutral attire, that leadership must be apolitical. And he told this crowd here that hundreds all around the country and all the world, any military member who is 1 star and above, that if any of what he says cause their hearts to sink, that maybe they should consider resigning. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right.